Okay, great. So now we're going to officially start with the event. So welcome to the 8th edition of the Global Excellence Awards 2024, which is happening in Bangalore for the first time. The remaining 7 editions have happened in the Delhi NCR region. My name is Deepthi KS. I'm the Vice President for the Bangalore Elite Club, and I'm going to be your host for the day. I'm sure anyone who has been a constant witness to the work that HR Success Talk has delivered over the years will agree that this is not just an award ceremony. It is truly a testament to the relentless pursuit of excellence and innovation by HR Success Talk. In this edition, we are proud to honor and recognize around 200 outstanding individuals who have made remarkable contributions to their respective fields on a global level. These recipients have demonstrated extraordinary dedication, vision, and leadership, shaping industries and inspiring change. Before we begin this fantastic event, I would like to draw your attention to some housekeeping within this room. So you have the entry and the exit doors here. The emergency exit is towards the left once you go out of the room. The restrooms are to the right once you go out of this room. All right, with that being clear, I would now like to take a moment to thank our sponsors who have had a huge role to play in making this event a grand success. So with your applause, right, we first want to thank our gold sponsors for this event, which is Amrita Devi Foundation, empowering Uttarakhand's women, skills for success, jobs for a brighter future. Talent on Lease Private Limited, AI-driven tech hiring platform, making available the right resources at the right time and the right companies. Cognify, efficiency meets accuracy in background verification. Cyberoism, customized corporate solutions. GradNest, tailored placements for graduates, customized solutions for companies. Verto Solution, where heritage meets leadership in scientific and regulatory solutions. Tanmay LLP, we handle your HR so you can focus on your business. GLA University, leadership, entrepreneurship, and innovation, education with a purpose. Employee Wise, hire to retire made easy. Star Global Consulting, innovative solutions, sustainable results. Offie Needs, which is also our official corporate gifting partner, corporate gifts for brand ambassadors. Moving on to our silver sponsors, JECRC University, learn, innovate, thrive, connecting classrooms to careers. Coder's Brain, hire on-demand developers and build your tech product in a cost-effective way. Maharshi Makarandeshwar, deemed to be University, MMDU, think, learn, succeed. With a loud round of applause, please welcome our sponsors. Okay, and now it's time to welcome on stage none other than the founder and global CEO of HR Success Talk, Mr. Govind Singh Negi. He's also the global head of talent management, 3-Pillar Global. Over to you, Mr. Govind. The stage is all yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I know that I always been that side, and the trainers used to come and say good morning one more time, so I'll repeat it because I learned from them. So good morning, everyone. Well, I thought Bangalore is more excited than Delhi, Gurgaon that I come from, because there people are not that excited in the morning. So let me hear the excitement from Bangalore. Good morning. Good morning. Much better, but I think you could do better next time. Okay. My name is Govind Negi. I'm the global head of talent for 3-Pillar Global. It's an American IT company across 11 countries, 3,000 people. But HR Success Talk is my passion. HR Success Talk is something that I have built 12 years back and it has a long journey, and today it has gone to a lot of long way, and you will see the journey today in the presentation that I'm going to show you. But before, can you move to the next slide, please? All right, so if you look at this, in the slide you can see 12 years journey, 150,000 members across the world, and most of our members are HR and business leaders. On the next slide, you will see all the countries where we have HR Success Talk chapter. And I always say it's proud to be a community that is originally from India and has their chapter across other countries. It's a long journey, as I said, but before I go to the journey, let me ask you a question to all of you. How many of you believe in sharing your knowledge with others and learning from others? How many of you believe in that? All right, pretty much all of you, except few who still thought. All right. The second question to you is, how many of you, this is a little longer, how many of you will love to mentor somebody given a chance, or be a mentee of somebody who you think can be your mentor? So how many of you would like to be a mentor and mentee? Somebody are still finding mentors on the mobile phone, which is also good. The third and the final question to you guys is, how many of you believe in the power of relationship building? Or sometimes we say networking, same thing. I don't say that. Oh, pretty much everybody. Well, if you believe in all three of that, or even two, or even one, HR Success Talk is what provides you that. So I just wanted to make sure, people ask me, what is HR Success Talk? Why we have HR Success Talk? Why should I join HR Success Talk? These are the three reasons why you should join. And the good thing is, you don't have to fill a form. You don't have to pay a fee. You don't have to register somewhere to be part of the HR Success Talk. If you have attended our HR Success Talk event, from today onwards, you are HR Success Talk member. You will not get a card for it, but you are still a member. If you are part of our WhatsApp group, social media group, everywhere, you are part of HR Success Talk. So we don't have a process and mechanism to put like form and all that stuff, but I think this is the beauty of it. When people come to this platform, and I'll talk about, can you go back to one slide, please? The share and learn, the mentor and mentee, and the relationship building. The one I would like to emphasize more on is relationship building. In 12 years journey, and by the way, I am an introvert. I know you guys will laugh with that. In my assessment, I'm an introvert. Because I do HR, so you know all the HR has to be extrovert, by the way. You have to smile and you say, otherwise the business leader, salespeople like, your HR is not smiling, how do I smile? So this is by profession, but I think I kind of little bit now in between introvert and extrovert. But what I learned about this whole community thing is, relationship matters a lot. I am working on my relationship building in Bangalore, by the way. My accent is also becoming Bangalore. So I'm trying to work with my relationship building in Bangalore. I know a lot of people. I have been in Bangalore multiple times, of course. We have an elite club in Bangalore, so we enjoy that as well. But gradually, when I come and meet people again and again, the relationship becomes much stronger. But I would like to tell that this is the one thing I would like to emphasize. If you wanted to bring something from here, take relationship. Talk to a lot of people here, but don't keep the relationship here. Take this relationship out at this conference. Talk to people on WhatsApp for whatever reason you want to talk to them, for your help, for support. And always through HR Success Talk, people get jobs. A lot of head HR got job with HR Success Talk. I can tell you. A lot of head HR got a job from HR Success. A lot of people get business from HR Success Talk. And most close to my heart, a lot of people get mentors from HR Success Talk. I have got 3 mentors from HR Success Talk in my life, in my journey itself. And I always say, wo zamane gaye jab Dronacharya ek hua karta tha. Now you need multiple mentors for multiple things. If you are interested in the share market, you find a mentor of a share market. If you're interested in soft skill or you want to be a coach, you find somebody who's already a coach. If you want to learn something about, I don't know, statutory compliances, find somebody who can be a mentor for statutory compliances. So there could be multiple mentors. So this is the best thing that HR Success Talk can give you. I spent deliberately more time on this slide because I think this is the most important. Rest will be faster. All right. Now moving on, this is our social media presence that you see right now on the screen. We have very, very heavily present. If you have not still followed HR Success Talk on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, do that. Like, follow, comment, share. Did I do the good job? Social media team. All right, so do that because we'll make you famous after this event by tagging you on the, especially if you're awardee or panelist or keynote. All right, to the next screen. Well, this is our vision, very simple. We want to be a global platform. We are already a global platform. We want to bring HR and business leader like you at one place, talk about talent-related problem in business. Not the business problem, but the talent-related problem in the business. Brainstorm about it and try to solve them and give these suggestions back to the society or the industry. This is our simple logic. How do we achieve that? Next slide, we have a learning ecosystem built to achieve this vision. Well, you see a lot of stuff here, but what I'm going to talk about are some of the key programs on the next slide. Next slide, please, Tanish. And the next slide. The first one, I always call it HR Meets. Now, what is HR Meets? And I don't call it HR Conference deliberately. The HR Meets can be of multiple ways. It could be HR Conference, a bigger one, like this one. By the way, this is not necessarily HR Conference, this is something else, but a big one like this one, multiple cities that we do. We also do very close ones, the round table ones, where we invite head of the HR, let's say roughly 15, 16, and we all talk about some problem. That's the other way that we do HR Meets. And the last one, I would say that we collaborate a lot with universities and colleges, and we do a lot of HR conclaves with them. So there are multiple like that. This 60 might have increased, but this is the number so far we have achieved. Next slide, you see some pictures. These are some of the pictures of the event. Go to the next slide. Now, this is the program all of you are here for. So let me spend some time on what it is. We realized that when we are working on a vision, it is also important to recognize those who have worked in their respective field. And that might not be necessary HR. It could be multiple other fields that we need to recognize because this community is for HR and business both. We came up with called something like Global Excellence Award. And we also wanted to find a platform to bring all the global chapters together. So that's what we did. We said we would like to have a Global Excellence Award. And that award will have multiple categories. So far, we have done 7 of them. And if you want to go to the next slide, you will see the glimpse of the previous events that we have done. Mostly we have done these events in Delhi NCR. This is the first time we are doing a Global Excellence Award outside Delhi NCR, and Bangalore is the place we chose to do it outside Delhi NCR. Next slide. Well, you all are present today to the edition 8 of the Global Excellence Award, where we are recognizing 10 categories of awards. And there are multiple categories. There are people who have flown from different states of India to be here and present. We're also recognizing top 100 HR leaders in Bangalore, so many of you are present for that as well. So this is a good moment for us, 6 months of hard work that team has put together. I know you will see just today, but there are a lot of efforts being put in by our volunteers at the back of it. To the next slide, please. Now coming to the Elite Club. Now what is Elite Club? Elite Club is a club of, this is a very exclusive club. It is an invite-only club. What does that mean? That you cannot apply or register to be part of the club. You will be invited to be part of the club. And that's why it is an exclusive club. Mostly, the CXOs and head of the departments, especially head of the HRs, of multiple stream in HR are invited to be part of that. These are the cities where we have our Elite Club right now. Elite Club are city-based. You will see every city, not every city, but only few cities where we have Elite Clubs. And these are some of them. And we have Elite Club in Bangalore, but I'm not sure how many of you are present here are from Elite Club. So let me just ask you, how many of you are here from Elite Club? Quite a few. We did not invite all of them deliberately because we have seen enough in the round tables. Like, change the faces. All right. But good news is, when we talk about, as I said, who can be part of the Elite Club, you can be part of the Elite Club if you are heading some function of your HR. And if you are a director, senior director, vice president, senior vice president, CHRO, etc., you can be part of that. So the good news is, if you are one of them, and if you're not part of the elite club yet, you can meet Deepthi KS, we call her DKS, and you can talk to her and she can definitely get you entry in the Bangalore Elite Club. Now, you must be wondering, what does this Elite Club do, right? What is the Elite Club for? This is a very important club for us, even the Bangalore one. We do a lot of roundtables, and we most of the time, or all the time, we go to the Elite Club people only to be invited to those roundtables. We also do a lot of college events where we invite them as a panelist and speakers. We do a lot of events with other university colleges, HR partners outside Bangalore, where we invite Bangalore people to be there. So we go to the Elite Club. So Elite Club is our go-to place for any kind of HR meet that we are doing, whether as a panelist, speaker, roundtable, etc. So if you want to be part of that, please do so. And these are some of the glimpses of the picture, as you can see here. One more slide next, please. This is the second slide for the pictures. This is a close group. One other thing we are going to celebrate today, it's a good news for our Bangalore Elite Club, that we have just become 100 plus in Bangalore in Elite Club. So we will be celebrating it today. And to celebrate that, do we have arrangements for cake? Okay. To celebrate that, we're also going to cut the cake. I'm sure you will like it. I asked everybody what cake you need. Everybody said chocolate, so we brought chocolate. And you must be like, you didn't ask me. And everybody is thinking you didn't ask me, but you thought, okay, he must have asked everybody else, right? So we're going to brought the chocolate on the table. It will take some time. So we're going to celebrate that today with our team. But do not to waste your time till the time they're making the arrangement. We'll move forward and we'll come back to this one so that your time is saved. Now, the other thing which HR Success Talk does is called college collaboration. This is something we started 1.5 years back. Oh, sorry, yeah, 1.5 years back. And we are very prominent in industry. We know a lot of industry people. And then our advisor said, the group of advisors said that we need to do something for industry or academia as well. So 1.5 years back, after a lot of deliberation, we started college collaboration. Now, what do we do in college collaboration? We tie up with the colleges. And these are 6 things on the next slide that we give to colleges when they tie up with us. 1, we provide mentoring support to their student. Now you are able to connect with the vision, right? I just stated why you have to do it. And you guys become those mentors to those students. We also provide them guest speaker. Again, you guys are invited to become the guest speaker. We also provide industry visits. I know Shrikant is also here, and I know Bangalore, he does a lot of colleges and university kids came to his place for industry visit. HR conferences, we do a lot of HR conferences with colleges and universities. Next is informal industry connect, where we do a lot of cricket match, volleyball match, gala dinners, etc. with university and colleges. And the last one, and my favorite one, is entrepreneurship support. Lot of colleges and university now are coming up with startup ecosystem. And those startup, the kids need guidance. We provide them startup CEOs, mentors, panel discussions, and the most important, if they want, we also provide them investors to come and listen to their pitch and give them investment if their pitch is great. So these are all the supports that we give, and we do not charge anything from the colleges and universities to do so. So you are the guys who are basically helping and supporting the colleges and universities to get these things done. Are we ready with the cake, guys? You can bring it on the table, and Danish will put the slide back again for the picture, of course. Is it possible for that to come to, on the table? I would like to invite DKS. I call her Deepthi KS because there are 2 Deepthis in HR Success Talk and we get confused. So we said DKS. DKS is, by the way, our Vice President of Elite Club in Bangalore. She's one of our volunteers. Big round of applause, guys. Bangalore, what's happening? You see the cake, right? We also have Subroto, who is our Vice President in Bangalore, and he manages college collaborations and event. He did a lot of hard work today for this event, so welcome, Subroto. We also have Nimisha, our State President of Karnataka. Look at the amount of work she has to do. She's also one of the volunteers. These are the 3 key people in Bangalore who drives Bangalore chapter. All of them are doing their job, their work, but at the same time, they find some time to give this to community like me and many other volunteers here. So I would like DKS to, you want to say something? Okay.
I also want to invite Shreya. I think a lot of you have been in touch with Shreya. Shreya, please come here. She manages Elite Club along with me, and I think it would not have been possible without her. So, yes.
Yeah, DK said that she likes chocolate, so invite on the tables. That is another reason too, right? Well, yeah, Shreya is working with DKS to help to manage the Elite Club from the background. So thank you, Shreya, for doing all the hard work. And chocolate is the reward that you're going to get. All right, can we have the cake cutting ceremony, please? And I would like you to please use, so yoga, so clapping is a great yoga, right? It's good for your skin. Remember the skin, hair? Well, thank you very much for being part of this happy birthday party. And if you're wondering where will you get the cake, it will be outside in your lunch table. On to the presentation. These are 125 colleges and universities we have collaborated with. What we asked the team is to stop collaborating with more colleges and universities, and we want to focus more on giving them the services and the support they need from our side. So our team is completely now focusing on that. Moving on to the next slide. Well, this is a very new initiative of HR Success Talk, because many a times people have come to us and said, all of your events normally have head of the HRs. What about people who are assistant managers, senior managers, team lead? What about that? So this year, we started this group called Future Leaders Club. And this club is very similar to Elite Club, but does a different thing. The pilot is going on in Delhi NCR right now. So basically, anybody who is senior manager, assistant manager, and team lead can be part of this group in Delhi NCR for now. And what will they get back out of it? They get a lot of mentors. They get a lot of career advice. We also give them passes to come to event like this. Of course, we couldn't give in Bangalore, but we give them in Delhi, because mostly these people are not invited. So we invite them, give them 10 passes, and they come to our event. In future, they will also be part of our panel discussions. So if you see a panel discussion with 5 people, one of them will be a future leaders. And we would like to hear their opinion. And that person will be selected through a selection process by the Future Leader Club team. So this is what we are going to do as an experiment. If that is successful, we'll take it to the next cities as well. Moving on, the other thing is called Project Lighthouse. The Project Lighthouse is our mentoring program. Remember about mentoring I spoke earlier, right? I know many of you, how many of you have implemented mentoring in your organization, within organization mentoring? How many of you know it is very hard to do it on Excel? I have gone crazy with Excel. If there are 10 people, just a small example, 10 people mentor, 10 people mentee. It's crazy. You need one HR executive just to do this. Sir, I don't have time at 2 o'clock. I can't meet that mentee. Like, you just do this, right? Nothing else. What we realize, we are very, very passionate about this mentoring. We wanted to create a platform for all the mentors and mentee to come. Now, one person can be mentor and one person can be mentee also, right? I can be a mentor, I can be a mentee as well, right? So you're adding more to the complication. We wanted to do this, but one thing I was very clear, you can't do it without a technology. Excel you can't do, because I did in my organization, I knew how hard it was on Excel. So ultimately, we finally got a technology company to support us. And they have built a platform for us. It's called mentigrew.com. That platform is live. HR Success Talk is their community partner. And they are giving us the platform to use to allow mentor and mentee to be on the platforms. You can search the mentor. You can be a mentor. People can search you like a platform. But we have not made that platform public yet. Although you can go and find mentigrew.com, you'll see that. But we have not made that platform public because we are gradually going to experiment with that. We have opened it up only for colleges and universities right now. And so we are doing it only with 2 colleges and universities, and only 25 students are allowed. So we are experimenting with that. Once it is successful, which will be from a technology perspective, it will be open to everybody. Any of you can be mentor. You can say how many slots you need, how many slots you can give. People can find you, register you, do a video call. Everything will be online. Even you will get a star marking also. In future, you know there is a category in the award called corporate mentoring, right? In future, that category will be replaced with the mentoring category, and those people from the platform getting highest rating will be awarded that automatically without nomination. So these are all the things we are trying to capture. Next slide, please. Although we are a community, by the way, just to clear, we are not a company. We are a community. Everybody you see who are there around here, everybody is a volunteer. We have our bread and butter job to do. But this is our passion that we drive. We find 3 to 4 hours in a week to give it to that. But we knew that we cannot drive a community with 11 countries presence, with 150,000 members, with so many things we do that we didn't even tell you. It's not possible with one person doing it. You need a structure. You need an organization structure to drive that. And this is the bird eye view of that organization structure. So from the top, you see advisors, global presidents, country heads, all the presidents of different things that are managing it. Then you have all the presidents in the state. Then you see vice city president. You see DKS and Subrato being here. They have their team below them, so it's a huge team. And if you look at this one, a president of events has 5 teams in events, that many events that we do, because one team can't do it, so many events. Today, even we are doing events in Pune right now. So these are many events that we do. So basically, in short, you need an organization structure to bring that on. So this is our organization structure, 150 volunteers across the globe that are managing. There are 15 available today here. So 10% of our volunteers are right now in Bangalore. Moving to the next slide, this is myself. I also consider myself as a volunteer. My job is a global CEO. My job is different, but my job is different. DK's job is different. Nimisha's job is different. End of the day, all of us are volunteers. Next slide, these are our country heads who are managing, holding the flag of HR Success Talk in different countries, and they are trying to replicate more and more things in their countries itself. Next slide, please. In India, we have 4 states where we have our state presidents presence as well. And then you see our vice presidents. Every state, every city has around 2 city presidents. So you see all of them. They all are working, of course. At the same time, they find time to be part of this community. Next slide. If any of you loved what I said, and you said, Govind, I love the community. I want to give back something. I have 3 to 4 hours in a week. Tell me, how can I help? You can reach out to me. We can exchange cards. My team can talk. By the way, we have an HR team also. HR Success Talk has an HR team that does completely your interview, your onboarding, your engagement, and your exit also. We do that pretty well. So if you love this, if you are passionate, please think twice, because our volunteers really work very hard. You must have seen already. So we work very hard. So if that's the passion you share, we'll love to have you there. And everybody is different. You have different capabilities, and we have different roles based on your capabilities. With that said, guys, next slide. Thank you very much. I know if you have any question, find me outside, because, of course, I don't want to take your time. Appreciate all of you coming and spending your time with us. Appreciate it. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Govind, and thank you for giving a bird's eye view of what HR Success Talk is. I've been associated with HR Success Talk since November, I think October, November 2022. So nearing about 2 years has been a great journey. I've grown Elite Club under the leadership of Govind and Nimisha from zero to what it is today, and it's been a great journey. So whoever wishes to be a part of HR Success Talk, if you have an iota of doubt in your mind, feel free to call me. I'll give you all the download. I'll ensure you get converted into a volunteer of HR Success Talk for sure. Thank you very much. With that, moving on, we have the first keynote speaker with us here. So I'd now like to call upon Mr. S.V. Nathan, who's our keynote speaker for the topic, Future Ready HR Leadership. Mr. Nathan is the co-founder and chairman of Visara Human Capital Consulting and has earlier been a leader with Deloitte India. And on a personal note, I've had the personal pleasure of meeting him in one of the events, and I've been truly humbled by the kind of persona he is. So I would like to invite you on stage now, Mr. Nathan, for you to, take the audience through your journey. Yeah. Thank you.
One of the nicest things that happen is when you listen to somebody like Negi. And what is wonderful is there is an idea in somebody's mind they want to give back. It's a lot of volunteerism. Huge work, not across just one city like Delhi or Gurgaon, but right across the country, right across the world. Putting up a structure like this over the past so many years, and today I hear this is the 8th one, isn't it? Just amazing. A round of applause to a very committed individual. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to speak to you about something called leadership in the new era. I have about 15 minutes with me. I also want to mention that the person who made sure I was here, I was supposed to be catching a flight, was Shubrata. So, Shubrata, thank you very, very much. He's a person who never gives up. So, to all of you who love PowerPoint slides, I'm going to disappoint you. No slides. And yes, my pleasure to be here, talk about something that we all think that we are experts, which is leadership. It's a word that has been most researched. I don't know whether you know this. The most researched subject in the world is leadership. It dominates TED Talks and yet remains very elusive. Is as elusive as the gym attendance of a promise that I made on the 1st of Jan of this year. Now, when I was asked to give a speech, I was wondering what's new about leadership. Haven't we all figured something? We know what is leadership in the ballpark. Turns out, leadership is much like fashion. Leadership is very much like fashion. When you think that you have nailed it, things change. Suddenly, all those slim ties are out, jackets are out, so you know why I am the way I'm dressed. And yes, floral shirts are in. I'm kind of slightly out of step. But the good thing is I've filled out one or two of those criteria. So here we are, leading in an era where everything from office layouts, communication styles, all of these keep changing. The old way, and some of us who are Gen Xers like me, perhaps one or two in the audience, will know this boss mentality. The boss mentality is, I will say so and you will do so because I am the boss. However, everyone in those days was wearing these shoulder pads and epaulets and so on. If you were in charge, you dole out a lot of these books which keep saying how to be successful. Yeah? The boss has the right to dish out these kind of books. But you never coached anybody. You learned as an apprentice. That's how you learned in the Things have changed. Today's leader is expected to be everything. You have to be a visionary. You have to be a coach. You have to be a therapist. Occasionally, take people out to barista. Maybe an evening drink as well. You can't just walk in, bark orders, and say, you do it because I'm saying so. And not everybody can inspire like Robin Sharma or Shiv Khera. But at least you got to be genuine about this. I cut my teeth in leadership years ago. And I was one of those freshly minted graduates from one of the B schools in Jamshedpur. And then when I came in, I entered the office of a British multinational called ICI. In those days, it was a very, very prestigious organization. And they had fantastic leaders. Fantastic leaders. What happened was, there are no, gentlemen, there are no slides which said this is how a leader is. When I came in from one of these B schools, the first thing that happened to me was, I was told, Nathan, you have to go and take charge of guest houses, number one. And two, you got to take charge of transport. Transport in a place like Gomia, which is a place, anybody from Bihar out here? Thank you, people. Thank you very much. Anybody from Jharkhand? Oh, thank you. Love you guys again. I have a reputation. If I stay in a place for more than 8 years, the state splits. So, I was in Bihar for 10 years, the state split. And then my journeys brought me to Hyderabad, and again the state split. I've been in Karnataka for the last almost 2 years, and my friends keep saying, North Karnataka to gaya. So this is all gone. So Uttar Kannada is going to get away from. But anyway, they are gently persuading me. He says, if it is possible, why don't you keep jumping around from Bangalore, because then you won't be a domicile of Bangalore. So I'll tell you a story. So when I was in charge of a guest house and transport, you expected a fleet of cars? No, 4 cars. Just 4 cars, 2 ambulances, 2 fire tenders, and this was all about transport. And what did I have to do? I was in charge of all of this. What does in charge mean? When somebody says, I need a transport to go to so-and-so place, there's no Uber, Ola, nothing. You have to come to me. And I will give you transport. Except that I had no transport to give you, because these 4 cars, the only thing that did not work in these 4 cars was the horn. So most of these cars used to be in the garage. One day, I went up to my boss and said, seriously, you want me to do this kind of a job? And he acted in this boss kind way. He says, I'm telling you, you do this, you have to do this. Today, if any boss speaks to me this way, they will vote with their feet. Anyways, I didn't have a choice. I took on the job. Second day in the office, somebody comes up and says, hello, I need a car to go to Giridih district, which is not too far from this thing. It takes about 3 hours to cover some 30 kilometers. But that was the state of Bihar then. I'm not sure how it is today. Jharkhand, of course. No cars. And then this person says, if you don't give me a car, I will report you to the general manager. Report me to the general managers in those days were terrifying edifices. I mean, if your boss was bad enough, the general manager was like a huge guy. So anyway, I didn't know what to do. There was no car. So he went and reported me to the general manager. The general manager called me and says, "You have not given him a car." And he started shouting at me. It's very, very, and as you can see, I'm a very tall man. And I kept shrinking and going down. And almost to a point, I thought I was going to die because he was shouting at me and he was not willing to listen to me. And just when I thought I was going to lose it, suddenly the door opened and somebody came running in and stood in front of me and looked at the general manager and says, "This boy may be responsible, but I am accountable. I'm accountable, sir, please speak to me." And then he looks at me and says, "Nathan, go back. I will handle this." I ran from the room. I don't know what happened. And as soon as my boss came back, that gentleman who was there, was my boss. He came up to me and he said, "Matters all sorted out." I said, "There are no cars. What did you do?" He said, "I did a very simple thing. I took out the keys to my own car, my personal car. I kept it on the table and said, 'Here is the car. This is my personal car, and the company can use it. There are drivers around the place. Somebody can use my car.'" That was, to me, the greatest lesson in leadership. My boss did not throw me under the bus. My boss did not say, "I will support you," in all these big words. He stood up for me. That day, I learned the essence of leadership, which is stand up. Stand up for people who work with you. These are indelible lessons. No pontification, no slides, no handouts, no mission, vision statements, nothing. It was just something that I learned, and I still believe Captain Nautiyal, to me, is the greatest hero in my life. Captain Nautiyal. Almost 40 years later, I met him, and I went to Dehradun, met him. At 5 o'clock in the evening, he says, "Nathan, we must have a drink." Drink at 5 o'clock in the evening? I said, "Captain, are you in your senses? I mean, this is 5 o'clock. He says, "Kahin to hoga 8 baje. So let's start right now." So, leaders, back to leadership. You're talking about leadership. I would give my right arm to work for a leader like that. The new era in leadership today is a bit of a hologram. You don't see them, and yet you see them. What is a hologram? Why? Because leadership is multidimensional, always projected from somewhere else. We lead people through Zooms. We lead people through meeting rooms. Many times the windows don't show up, the faces don't appear. We don't really know whether they are really listening to you or watching a Netflix on the side. Leadership is not easy. We are supposed to be leading with confidence. It's the art of being present when you're not actually there. You're not there on the ground. You have to shine brightly. And the only hope that you have when you lead people sitting in a room on a Zoom call is pray that the Wi-Fi does not give up. Wi-Fi doesn't give up. Leadership is about you being felt, many times unseen. Unseen leadership today. Number 2, coaching versus bossing. The yoga teacher. One of the biggest shifts in leadership is coaching. We have seen it in the past, but today we experience it. You got to be a yoga master. You got to be subtle. You got to show people by doing. You cannot say, "Do it because I say so." You have to show, demonstrate, and then people will follow you. Sometimes you got to use the right words. Try teaching your children, I mean people who have children, kids in this room, try teaching them to eat palak. vegetables, palak. It's not easy. But the moment you turn this to say, okay, I'll give you, palak nuggets, so perhaps they will start to eat that. Language has to change. The big shift is coaching. Let's be honest, coaching can sometimes feel like herding cats. It's not easy. A lot of people around the place. And all of them are very diverse. Much like what's happening today, you cannot say, I did this for 20 years, and therefore you have to listen to me. Coaching is a little bit about understanding the strength of an individual. One more story? Okay. Many times I fall back on something that I love, storytelling. So I wanted to be an athlete. Why do you want to be an athlete? Because my father was an athlete and he was a university captain and so on. So I wanted to be a runner. So I went up to my mother and said, Amma, I want to be an athlete like Dad, so I got to do something. He says, yeah, go to the playground, you will find a coach. When you go to one of these playgrounds, you don't find them, of course, you don't find a lot of them today. You go to these playgrounds, there'll always be one person around the place who acts as if he owns the place. So I went to this person and Pailagu, and then I said, sir, I want to be a sprinter. Can you help me? He says, okay. Can you let me know whether it's worth my time? He didn't say all this. He says, can you run 100 meters? I ran 100 meters in 25 seconds. Now, for people who are runners in this room, 25 seconds is lousy. So he looked at me and he says, son, you can't run, go back. I was crushed. I went home, went to my mother, long face, I was weeping. My mother says, what happened? So I went to this place, and this gentleman, he threw me out of this place, and he says, you can't run. Says, what did you ask him? He said, I want to be a sprinter, and please coach me. He says, wrong question, wrong ask. So what should I do? He says, go back to this coach, ask him what you're good at. Ask the coach what you're good at. The next day I went up, same thing. I said, Pailagu sir, and he says, fir se aa gaya? You're back again? So I said, I have a question for you. So what is it? What am I really good at? So he says, okay, start running. I started running around that 400-meter track. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. After 8 rounds, and people who are runners will know that when you run 8 rounds of a 400-meter track, you have done a little more than 3 kilometers. He watched me and he says, Beta, come. And he says, I will coach you, and you will be a good middle and long distance runner. Many things happened. I felt hugely elated with what he told me. Raised my confidence. I did well to a point where I was not a university captain, but I was a college captain. I started running. I still run. No, I don't look at, no. I still do. So coaching is a little bit about asking the right questions. So as leaders, can we ask the right questions? And can we find out what people's strengths truly are? There's no point in going up and saying, you do this, you do that, because they may not be good in those kinds of jobs. Okay, coaching, past. Next one is innovation. What is innovation? Fostering innovation. We all love to talk about innovation. We are trying to do something new. That's what innovation is. We have no idea. It sounds very nice, so we say, be innovative. Innovation in leadership is all about creating an environment where people can feel empowered to share ideas. It can be tricky, let's face it. Not all ideas are good ideas. For every brilliant innovation, there are some 100 things that could fail. But the only thing that we can do is create a safe environment for people to express themselves. Our job as leaders is to encourage and really fire up that creative energy that people have. Innovation is about an empowered culture. So if there's one thing that we can do in today's age, empowered culture. One more. Inclusion. Inclusion is no one-size-fits-all leadership. The real challenge is this. Gone are the days of you can't just treat everybody the same way and expect the whole thing will work. It's almost like mass customization, because that's what the world is moving towards. Inclusion means recognizing that diversity is not really a checkbox, but it is actually a strength. We can't always say we value our people for the diversity, but you got to demonstrate it by creating a workplace where everybody feels that they are heard, feels that they are seen, that they are appreciated. Inclusion is a lot about embracing diversity. Embracing diversity, they'll say. Okay, next big thing on leadership is creating a psychological safe environment. You've got to create an environment where people feel very safe. And the last one is about work-life balance. And no, I'm not getting into all the thing that has happened on the social media, and I really feel sorry for the young girl who died. It's not about that. It's about the unicorn of modern leadership is all about work-life balance. Everybody wants it. Few have seen it. Work-life balance, very few have seen it. And those who claim to have achieved it are probably lying. We think we have work-life balance. Anybody who says we've got a work-life balance, they're lying. Because in some way, it's the peaks and valleys that they have to manage. It helps us to set boundaries. One of the most important things that happened in our life pre-COVID was we started at 9 o'clock when the sun was up. At 6 o'clock, sundown, it was over. There were time boundaries. COVID came in, put paid to all those. There was no question of a time boundary. A lot about the time boundaries is getting people to know it and getting your boss and others to accept it. It's perfectly okay to send a mail on a weekend as long as you don't expect a response immediately. We need to set boundaries. It's about finding moments of balance, encouraging your team to do the same thing. I remember when I wanted to complain to a CEO of a very large organization where I was a CHRO, I kid you not, he gave me time to speak about this subject, work-life balance. Time was 2 a.m. in the morning. 2 a.m. in the morning. Of course, I didn't stay in that organization for a very, very long time. It's one of those huge behemoths of an organization here in India. I love the passion, I love everything, but it is not the same to have a work-life balance. Work-life balance is about respect. Work-life balance is about respect and respecting boundaries. In conclusion, leadership in the new era is not about having all the answers. It's about having some answers, but doing that really well. It's about leading with empathy, coaching with care, creating spaces where people feel empowered to bring the best selves to work. All of us here are human resources specialists. All of us are leaders. And how do we become really good leaders? One more story, but this time a proper story. Yes? Okay. Hey, may I have the mic, please? Hand back. So, the reason why I decided to take a hand mic was, when you're behind this, you feel really short. So, I just want to demonstrate how tall I am, so I'm out. So here is Prince was ready to be the next king. And so, in the Darbar, he asked his Zen master and said, Zen master, do you think that this prince is ready to be the king? The Zen master looks at the young lad and says, hey, listen, go into the forest, spend 6 months, and come back and tell me what you heard. So the boy goes off, spends 6 months. End of 6 months, when the darbar was there, comes and walks right up to the Zen master and says, Zen master, it is me, your prince, your king to be, and I'm here. Yeah, I know. We sent you out into the forest. What did you hear? I heard, hey, gentlemen who are on your mobiles, can you just stop that? Just be with me. Thank you. What did you hear? I heard the sound of the thunder. I heard the sound of the river. I heard the sound of animals as they walked past. I heard the sound of people walking by. I heard a lot of sounds. Master, I know all these sounds. Am I ready to be the king? The Zen master looks at him, looks at the king and says, son, go back again. Spend 6 months in the forest and come back and tell me what you heard. Now, in today's day and age, you can't do all this stuff. The queen mother would be very annoyed. The king would think of the Zen master as completely lost it. But in those days, you do what others ask you. And therefore, the Zen master went away with his work. The prince went into the forest. The prince went into the forest. 6 months passed, and he came back again. And this time when he came back, matted hair, the person was walking ever so slowly, went all the way to the Zen master, gave him a deep bow, and he says, Master, it is I, your student. I'm here. He says, aha, our prince, you're back. So tell me, what did you hear? He says, Master, I heard the sound of the rays of the sun as they struck Mother Earth. I heard the sound of the dewdrops of the morning as they evaporated into thin air. I heard the sounds of the rainbow as they struck a beautiful colors in the sky. I heard the sound of the fragrance of flowers as they wafted by. I heard the sound of the dreams that people had as they talked to one another. I heard the sound of the small sprouts of seedlings that came in contact with the air. Master, I heard all of these sounds. And as soon as he said this, the Zen master went up to him, gave him a big bear hug, and he says, Prince, you are our next king. You are our next king. And then very, very happy, the Zen master goes all the way to the king and says, we have found a new king. We have found a new king. So the Zen master was happy. The king was even more happy. Queen mother was happy. Everybody in the darbar was looking at the Zen master and says, what about this? So the Zen master goes up to the king and says, done. The test is over. So the king was curious. He says, what did you do? What was this test about? He says, very simple. If you have to be a leader, if you have to be a king, I'm freely translating is, if you have to be an HR professional, if you have to be who you are, that's within parenthesis. If you have to be a king, see the unseen. Hear the unsaid, unkahi. Speak that which is not spoken. Articulate the unarticulated. And act the withheld. All of which that this prince, now turned king, has done. That was just for the story. I want to take you away from the story and conclude, our jobs are not easy. People who are in this room, our jobs are not easy. We have to look around corners, hear the unsaid, see the unseen, say things which nobody has said. And that's not easy. And last but not the least is act the withheld. Because there is so much within you. By the way, you're all representatives of people in your own organizations. And if you do all of these, you are not only the new age leader, but a leader forever. And on that note, thank you all very much. You're all outstanding people. Special round of applause to all those. Thank you, ma'am. Special round of applause to all those people who are going to be felicitated today. And for all those people who will get awards, and some of them may not get awards, I will say this. All of you are princes turned kings, and some of you are on your second leg of the 6 months that you're out there. Thank you all very much. Have a marvelous day. Thank you very much.
I would request you to stay back. So thank you very much for that lovely conversation, I think, on innovation, inclusion, coaching, leadership, building psychologically safe environment, work-life balance, and time boundaries. These are my takeaways. And like you rightly mentioned, leadership is not easy. It is unseen. You have to show people by doing. I myself have a toddler, and I understand if I tell her, she'll not listen. I have to show her. I have to tell her, I love eating this carrot, and eat it so that she gets inspired. She's like, I'll compete with mommy now. So, yeah, thank you very much for that conversation. I would now like to invite Mr. Govind to come on stage and felicitate our speaker here. Thank you, Govind. Thank you, Mr. Nathan. All right. If I am allowed to say something in Hindi, wo ghadi aa chuki hai. So it's time to felicitate the first list of awardees, and these are the awardees who have been selected by the jury. So to start off with, we are moving towards the top 10 Women Excellence Awards. These awards celebrate outstanding female leaders in human resources. And this award honors women with over 15 years of experience who have left an indelible mark on their organizations through their exceptional work. These nominees have not only achieved significant results, but also have demonstrated remarkable leadership and innovation in the HR field. They've shattered glass ceilings and paved the way for future generations of women in HR. Ms. Rashmi Mansharmani, CHRO Wave Group, and a strategic HR professional from XLRI with over 20 years of work experience. She is the esteemed jury for this category, but since she could not join us in person, I would request Mr. Govind Negi to come up on stage to felicitate this year's recipients of the Top 10 Global Women in HR Excellence Award on the jury's behalf. Okay, so fingers crossed. To start off with, we have our first winner. May I please request Anuradha Prashant to come up on stage, please? Some music, please. Anuradha Prashant. Is she here? No? Okay. Miss Anusha Sheth. Anusha Seth. Next up, Miss Michelle Melina Sereno. Miss Michelle Marina Sereno. Miss Priyanka Mathur. Miss Priyanka Mathur, is she here? Okay, moving on. Miss Rashmi Utnal. Miss Rashmi Utnal. Miss Vandana Bansal. Miss Vandana Bansal. Miss Ashi Chutani. Miss Ashi Chutani. Thank you for joining us in person to receive your awards. Since these are global awards and some of the winners could not join us in person, I would request all of us to give a huge round of applause to the remaining winners in this category. Miss Aparna Sharma, Miss Shama Patel, and Miss Surabhi Sanchita. Thank you very much. I would like Mr. Govind to stay back for the next set of awards. Next, we celebrate the rising stars of human resources with the top 10 Global Young HR Excellence Awards. This recognition spotlights exceptional talent aged 35 and under with up to 15 years of experience in HR or related fields. These young professionals have already made significant waves, driving impressive results and creating substantial impact within their organizations. They represent the future of HR, bringing fresh perspectives and innovative approaches to the field. Mr. Rajiv Nathani, Chief People Officer of Infogain and an accomplished HR and OD thought leader, is the esteemed jury for this category. And since he could also not join us in person, I request Mr. Govind Negi to felicitate the winners on his behalf. Are we excited to know who the next set of winners are? Great. So, to start off with, Mr. Dipanjan Sinha. Some music, please. Mr. Dipanjan Sinha. Mr. Himanshu Patni. Mr. Himanshu Patni. Are you here? Okay. Moving on, Gunjan Srivastava. Miss Gunjan Srivastava. Are you here? Okay. Moving on, Mr. Ashish Ramesh Dubey. Mr. Ashish Ramesh Dubey. Next up, Miss Himanshi Jain. Miss Himanshi Jain. Next, Mr. Drimit Chakraborty. Mr. Drimit Chakraborty. Thank you for joining us in person to receive your awards. Since these are global awards and some of the winners could not join us in person, I would request all of us to give a huge round of applause once again to the remaining winners in this category. Ms. Anupam Singh, Ms. Khushbu Paliwal, please keep those claps on. Oh, okay. We see one of our recipient is already here. Ms. Khushbu, please come on stage. And so glad you could make it. Moving on, Mr. Subramanian S. I hope you're not here. Okay. And Keval Gajjar, Mr. Keval Gajjar. Okay, we are now done with the top 10 Young HR Excellence Awards. We would now like to invite Saurabh Shah. Mr. Saurabh Shah, who is one of the winners of the Top 100 HR Leaders Awards. Saurabh, you're here. Since he has to leave owing to personal emergency, put your hands together to clap for him. Nice to see you, Saurabh. Thank you, Govind. You may take your seat now. Moving on, we now announce the top 10 Global HR Transformation Excellence Awards. Recognizing HR leaders with over 15 years of experience recognizing HR leaders with over 15 years of experience who have been catalysts for significant change. These nominees have excelled in at least one of three crucial areas: advancing diversity and inclusion, spearheading HR transformation programs, or demonstrating thought leadership in future-focused HR strategies. Their work has reshaped organizational cultures, modernized HR practices, and prepared their companies for the future of work. It is my honor to announce this year's recipients of the top 10 Global HR Transformation Excellence Awards. I would now like to invite the esteemed jury for this category, Dr. Nagangoda SJ, who is the Chief People Officer for Tally Solutions and an educationist at heart. He comes with over 20 years of experience in the corporate world. Welcoming you to the stage, Dr. Nagangoda, to give away the next set of awards. I hope we're excited. To start off with, we would like to call upon stage Miss Megha Dave. Miss Megha Dave. Mr. P. Nageshwar Rao. Mr. P. Nageshwar Rao. Next up, Mr. P. Jaydev. Mr. B. Jaydev, are you here? Okay. Moving on, Ms. Purnima Srinivasan. Ms. Purnima Srinivasan. Next up, Mr. T.K. Bharat Kumar. Mr. T.K. Bharat Kumar. Mr. Om Prakash H. Thank you for joining us in person to receive your awards. And I'd like to repeat the line again, since these are global awards and some of the winners could not join us in person. David, Mr. Abhishek David, Mr. Vishal Singh, Miss Neha Goyal, and Mr. G. Hari Krishnama-Raju. Mr. Hari Krishnama-Raju is here. Please come on the stage to receive your award. And it's a pleasant surprise. So glad you could make it in person. Thank you very much. And before you leave the stage, Dr. Nagan Gowda, we would like to invite Mr. Govind to felicitate you now. Moving to the next category, we now celebrate the power of guidance and leadership with the top 10 Global Corporate Mentoring Excellence Awards. This honor recognizes individuals who have gone above and beyond in mentoring others, both within their organizations and beyond. These nominees have not only shared their wisdom and experience, but have also achieved measurable positive outcomes through their mentoring initiatives. Their dedication has fostered growth, enhanced skills, and cultivated future leaders, creating a lasting impact on individuals and organizations alike. It is my pleasure to announce this year's recipients of the top 10 Global Corporate Mentoring Excellence Awards. I would now like to invite the esteemed jury for this category, Mr. Paramveer Singh Narang, who is the India Head of Talent Acquisition at Capital One. Is Mr. Paramveer here? Okay. Just in case if he is not here, I would now like to invite Mr. Govind Negi to give away the next set of awards. Okay. So we start off with Ms. Ronak Sharma Gupta. Ms. Ronak Sharma Gupta. Huge round of applause, please. Mr. Prashant Keshri. Mr. Prashant Keshri. Ms. Rosaline Ahmed. Ms. Rosaline Ahmed. Nice to see you here again. Mr. Shailendra Shrikant Dharme. Mr. Shailendra Shrikant Dharme. You have come to receive on his behalf, yes. Ms. Neerja Ganesh. Ms. Neerja Ganesh. Thank you for joining us in person to receive your awards. And for those of you who have not been able to make it, the winners' names would be displayed on the screen. Just in case you're here, please raise your hand and let me know. Okay. Ms. Neha Solanki, Mr. Ashish Kumar, Dr. Y. Nagendra Kumar, Mr. Ramavallabhan V. Thank you, Mr. Govind. You may now take your seat. A small announcement from our side. Our video testimonial team, which includes 3 members, Chandana, Suma, and Sri Lakshmi. Could you please come and stand here for a second? Chandana, Suma, and Sri Lakshmi. They'll be in touch with you soon to capture your thoughts on winning the award in your category and your experience at this incredible event. So please feel free to say a hi to them and share your insights with them. Thank you very much. All right. Are we excited for another interesting keynote speech by another interesting person? How many of us feel our energies are down? Show of hands, honest show of hands. No, everyone is energized? Okay, so we will now proceed towards our next keynote speech on going beyond by our motivational speaker, Mr. Ashish Singh. Mr. Ashish is the Global Director and Chief Talent Officer at Star Consulting Global and is also a globally respected coach. I would like to invite Mr. Ashish on stage. Do we have Mr. Ashish here? Okay. So while we wait for Mr. Ashish, and we are, I think maybe, this is going to be halfway of the event, and there's a lot of fun, exciting stuff lined up towards the second half. So whoever is thinking, okay, let me have my lunch and just go back, please don't. Stay back. There's a lot of fun things that are going to happen towards the second half of this event. And while we continue to felicitate more award winners, we also have a stand-up comedy lined up. We also have a fireside chat lined up, right? I don't know what you're excited about more, but I would request for you to stay. If you have any interesting brunch plans or any, how do I put it, any movie plans, please put them on hold and just be here till about evening. I'm sure you're going to have a lot of fun. And then, of course, there is me. You can always come and tell me, Deepthi, no. I mean, you said too much, but nahi, maza nahi aaya. So I'm always there to take feedback at 5 o'clock, okay? I'm just telling you the time when I'll be free. So, yes, so we have Mr. Ashish Singh here. Please come on stage. And he's going to talk about going beyond. Thank you very much, Ashish, and the stage is yours. Yes. Sure.
Outstanding, wonderful leaders. A very good morning to each and every one of you. Namaskara, Bangalore. Champions, my name is Ashish, and I'm going to talk about something very exciting with you. But before we get further, let me just check once with you. How many of you are here to have an amazing, awesome time in the next 30 minutes with me? Wow. And how many of us are here to learn something which can help us thrive, lead, and succeed much better than ever before? Wow. Let me just quickly do a check and see if you're really ready for this amazing, awesome ride together. Shall we, everyone? So may I request all of you to please put your right hand up, everybody, like this, everyone. And you have a wonderful friend sitting right next to you. Everybody, yes? Why don't you look into their beautiful eyes? Everybody, please do that for a while. Put your hands on their shoulders like this, gently. Gently, gently, okay? And please do me a favor. Please ask them. That's nice, yeah. Please ask them. Yeah, just repeat after me. Please ask them. Now focus, listen to me. You're going to repeat exactly what I say. Is that okay, everybody? Let's do it. Tell them, partner. No, one more time. Everybody. Partner, I am looking good and I'm feeling good. Do you think I'm good for Hollywood? Just wanted to check. If your partner did not say yes, meet them outside, okay? My dear super leaders, my name is Ashish. As you know, today in this lovely, wonderful day, I'm so happy to be here with you because I was just observing here and I was trying to figure out how amazing this beautiful bunch of awesome leaders are. And I always tell people that there are two kinds of leaders in this world. Some leaders bring happiness wherever they go. Others, whenever they go. Happy that he's gone now. But I can honestly tell you that every single one here definitely falls in the first category. You are here to think more, create more, and become more. You know, I was writing something for you before I came up, and I thought I'm going to share this with you. If I may talk a little in Hindi, everyone. Say yes? You know, so what I wrote for you is, dosto wo kehte na, for all the effort that you've put in here, and you've really, really shaped careers of people. Everybody yes? For all the effort that you've put in creating a lovely, amazing, mesmerizing, inclusive workforce. And for all the effort that you put in every single day in helping people truly realize their self-worth. This is a compliment that goes to all of you. दोस्तों, जुबान पे तारीफ और सर पे जीत का ताज होता है. अरे आप जैसे योद्धाओं का तो वक्त भी सरताज होता है. आपकी मौजूदगी ने चार चांद लगा दिए इस एचआर फ्रेटर्निटी को, और आप जैसे दिग्गजों को बनाने के बाद तो खुदा को भी अपने आप पे नाज होता है. And that's who you are, everyone. So very, very thankful to you all for doing all that you do in shaping careers and helping people realize who they are and what they could be. Wow. Friends, as we get started, now we are in a very special world. I am a researcher, I keep researching, I travel worldwide, and I figure out some of the best and the latest trends. So I'm going to give you 3 important takeaways in this quick session today. If you're ready for that, say yes. Which will help us truly lead a wonderful organization as we go further. And I'm going to talk about some impactful personality traits within you and me that helps us go some really great boundaries. Now, here's the first one. My dear friends, I want to ask you this question. Do you know there was something historic that took place back in the year 1971? What is your name, man? Can you give a big round of applause to Neerja, everyone? Neerja, the world is so lucky to have you. Thank you for coming to this beautiful world. Another historic event that happened back in the year 1971. This was a major one. Point is well taken, ma'am. Another one that happened really well is we had a war. Everybody, yes? We had a war, and some of the greatest learnings comes from wars. Everybody, yes? You know what? I was researching, and I happened to interact a lot with this gentleman called Jamarcus Cascio. Jamarcus, this guy, is a futurist. He's the one who came up with this concept of VUCA world before COVID. Everybody, yes? And just after COVID, he said, we are now going to be stepping into a Bani world. B-A-N-I. So what is Bani? B-A-N-I. Bani is like a warlike situation. B stands for brittle, meaning the organizations who are extremely strong, very powerful. Unfortunately, sometimes they look very powerful from outside, but at the same time, there are 25,000 layoffs in one single day. So it's brittle, outside strong, inside not sure. In a situation like this, my dear friends, what do people feel? They feel anxious. So we are in a world where people are anxious about the employers. Everybody, yes? B-A-N. N stands for non-linear ways of doing business. Everybody, yes? Like work from home, flexi work, play, and all of that wasn't really the in thing now. I mean, back before COVID, today it's become a part and parcel of our life. Hybrid workplace and whatnot is coming up. And I stands for incomprehensible, meaning you're stepping into a world where you can't really comprehend a lot of stuff. I mean, you're going to taste some new waters and test some new mountains which have never happened before. So the old rules would not really work. Is that a yes, everybody? And therefore, it's time for us to think something different which we have never thought before. And here is something I want to connect with and this is something I want to bring on the table as we get started. In this Bani world, brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible. Pretty much like a war-like situation. Here's a scenario. Do you know, my dear friends, in the 1971 war, it was a very difficult situation where the enemies thought they're going to conquer us and they're going to move in from the most remotest and the most isolated place of our country. And after all the research that they did, they finally focused on moving to this place called Kutch. I will share with you, my dear friends. This is Kutch. That's how they thought they will enter from here, because this was the most remotest place. It was connected with ocean and rivers, and on one side it had desert, on the other side it had ocean. And the only two bridges that will connect Kutch with the rest of the country was this Surajbari bridge and the Bansankata bridge. So they thought if we bombard these two bridges and we destroy the only air base, which is the Bhuj air base, they will have quick access. So decision was taken, my dear friends, on December 6th, 1971, and December 7th, 1971, bombers from the Pakistani air base took off with napalm bombs. And within minutes, they were on top of these bridges. Dhak, dhak, dhak. They dropped these bombs, destroyed these bridges, went straight on the runway, dropped not one, not two, not three, boom, 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 13 bombs, and the entire runway was shattered into pieces, meaning we can't take off, Danish. Meaning, Nirja, we can't give a response to the attacks to the enemies, making us feel incapacitated. My dearest champions, this was one of the biggest hits we ever had in our country. Champions, at that very moment, the leader in charge was Squadron Leader Vijay Karnik. He looked at his team and counted 120 people. No matter how hard they try, 120 of these guys can't get the runway back in shape. It was definitely time for them to do something they've never done before. So he immediately made a phone call to the High Command in Delhi and said, Sir, listen to me carefully, sir. So we got badly hit. 13 drop bombs, sir. We need forces, sir. Send people quickly. We need to rebuild the runway, sir, so that we can fly our jets back. Captain, squadron leader, listen carefully. I know you're in difficult shape right now. But see, you're 21 hours away from us. No matter how hard we try, we can't get there quickly. It is time for you to do something you've never done before. Think out of the box, my friend. I am doing my very best to send people at the best possible time. Thank you, sir. I will, sir, said squadron leader. For the first time, this great guy went out scouting help from civilians to a beautiful remote village called Madhavpur, which was just a few kilometers away from Bhuj. And when he landed in the village, guess what he found out? He found out that in that village, there were hardly men there because the men had traveled distances for work. He found brave, strong women. He looked at all those wonderful ladies and he said, Behno, देश पे आन पड़ी है, देश को बचाना है, भुज के हवाई पट्टी को दोबारा से बनाना है. क्या आप हमारी मदद करेंगे? You know what? Not one, not 10, 300 of those brave women, they got up. They decided to support him fully, wholeheartedly, and they said, Sir, we stand strong with you. They had young kids, infants. They dropped those kids to the neighbors' places and they said, Sir, let's get moving. Then there was no looking back, my dear friends. This great leader instructed his team so well. He said, 10 of you will take care of bringing these women safely here and sending them back after the runway is ready. 10 of you will ensure there's constant supply of lemonade and food when the runway is going on, construction is going on. 10 of you will ensure that you will have all the lights of all the trucks that we have, all the jeeps that we have switched on and focus on the runway so that the construction can go in full swing. And 10 of you will beat drums the entire night. Your job is to make sure you keep us extremely high on motivation, level 10, as we work together. And he was all over helping, guiding, supporting, empowering, coaching, while the team was doing their very best. My dear friends, you know what? Then the women got straight on the runway. They started working relentlessly for hours. Not one, not two, not three. All those 13 deep holes were filled up nicely. There was a beautiful, amazing coal tar, and then they got the jets back on the ground. And you know what, my dear friends? The jets arrived, they took off. उसके बाद दोस्तों क्या था, हमने अपने हवाई जहाज उड़ा दिए, दुश्मनों के छक्के छुड़ा दिए, उनके सारे टैंक गिरा दिए, उनके घुटने टिका दिए, वो जंग हार गए, हम जंग जीत गए, दिल दिया है जान भी देंगे ए वतन तेरे लिए. This was one of the biggest victories in the 1971 war that actually helped us achieve massive success. And the real credit goes to these outstanding women who stood by, did their best, made magic happen that day at the need of the hour. So my dear friends, and of course to this great leader, squad leader, Vijay Karnik, who made sure that he does something outstanding at the need of the hour. My dear friends, this message to you has something very interesting to share with you. What is the most amazing thing we like about squadron leader Vijay Karnik and these lovely ladies, these wonderful women? First and foremost, let me share with you all. Everybody, all the boys, all the men in the room, may I please request everyone to bring your hands up. Turn to all the ladies in the room that you see around and tell them with deep gratitude, tell them, we are so proud of you. Tell them, you are awesome. Women, turn to all the men and say, you're good too. Did you say that, ma'am? Oh, you did. Okay. He's hungry for gratitude. So, my dear friends, this important case study from this amazing war has a very important message to all of us. What's the biggest message? Come on, let's talk. Out of the box thinking is needed. Everybody, yes? It is time to think something you've never thought before. Everybody, yes? Yes. That applies to us because the old rules would not work. Yes, everybody? Wow. What's the second big thing? We need to collaborate and co-create something together. Yes, absolutely. Wow. Third? Resilience. Absolutely. Come what may, we'll bounce back. Yes? Four? Wow. Fascinating. Don't underestimate the power of people. Even though they were not trained enough, but guess what? They got the runway back in shape and they did magic which nobody could imagine. Everybody, yes? Similarly, never underestimate talent. Yes, everyone? Yes. What else? Agility, taking decisions faster and adapting yourself with the changing times. Wow, amazing job. What else? Boosting the morale of the team and the entire community that you're leading with the drums there. So you play a multiple role there. You are the strategist, you are the drum person, you are the guy who does everything. You actually play a very important role. Everybody, yes? And now, if I was to ask you something about the personality of squadron leader Vijay Karnik, what is that one word that comes to your mind? His personality. He's a great leader. Is he confident? Yes. Is he fearless? Yes. Is he somebody who has a heart of gold? Yes. Now, I want to share with you one of the greatest, and all of you, by the way, every single one here that I'm seeing and speaking with, you guys are blessed with massive power. Everybody, yes? You're blessed with huge amount of confidence. Everybody, yes? Everyone is blessed with massive amount of humility and love in your heart. Am I right, everybody? But here's something very important. You know what Walt Disney says? Walt Disney says, until a character becomes personality, it cannot be believed. You may have the greatest qualities within yourself. However, if you don't bring it on, people don't believe in you. Now, my message to you is, you are a blessed soul with all these amazing qualities and multi-talented human being. Our job is to make sure that we bring it on while we are speaking with people. Our job is to make sure that we create that magic as we speak, as we talk, as we conduct ourselves. Everybody, yes? It's very important for us to understand that the right attribute must be out now. It's important to make sure that you get the best out of yourself, speak to people, mesmerize them. Everybody, yes? It's so cool. It's very important because the old rules would not work. It's time to do something different you've never ever done before. I want to share something interesting with you. My dear friends, here's something important. You are working in a multi-generational environment right now. Everybody, yes? We have all kinds of generations here. And all of these generations have a different kind of requirement. You know, silent generation, boomers, Gen X, Gen Y. Most of us, as I see, all of us are either in boomers, Gen X, or some of us are here in Gen Y as well. Everybody, yes? There was one kind of thought process that our parents had when they kind of forced us to study or when they pushed us to study. But the old rules would not work with new kids now. Everybody, yes? I mean, you can't have the kids study like this anymore. This is just an exaggeration, but you get my point, right? So it is time for us to devise something so amazing, so outstanding that we've never imagined before. Everybody, yes? So therefore, it's important for us to be agile. It's important for us to be resilient. It's important for us to have the heart of gold. It's important for us to be that motivator, the drummer. It's important for us to make sure that whatever qualities we are blessed with, we bring it on. Everybody, yes? Not our way, but their way. So I will share with you how can we have a very interesting time thriving with the Gen Z. How many of you think it's an important piece? How many of you would like to make sure that your Gen Zs that you get in your teams stay longer, do a very good job, and truly become ambassadors of happiness for the organization? If you all want that, say yes. Wow, so I'm going to give you that very interesting insight, which I developed over the period of time. If you have to motivate and retain a Gen Z, you got to do something different, just like squadron leader Vijay Karnik did something very different in that war situation. This is what they expect, everyone. And if you see Gen Z and millennials, their thought process is when you hire younger people and you encourage them with leadership roles, you will see that they're going to stay in the organization slightly more, otherwise they will lose within 2 years. Now, what are we looking at? We are looking at, based on all my research over the period of time, Gen Z productivity to go up level 10. Everybody, if you want to get an equation which enhances Gen Z productivity to level 10, bring your hands up and say with me, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Bring it on. Bring it on. Sir, I will not give it to you, sir. No. One more time, everybody. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Give it to me. Give it to me. Here's what you got to do when you really want to have a very amazing Gen Z stick around, do some great magic. Here's what you need. What they need is, first and foremost, you want high productivity, make sure we invest on hiring the right resources. Because talent once hired, if hired right, can do wonders. If not hired right, leads to blunders. Everybody, yes? And no matter how motivated, how hard you motivate a driver, he can't operate on someone's kidneys. You do need a surgeon for that. To research well and make sure you get the right person on the boat. Everybody, yes? But that's how to stay with this right person on the boat is this. If you want the right talent to stick on with you, this is what they need badly. Number one, they would like to have updated, diverse, and flexible workspace where they all feel happy in that hybrid space, comfortable and flexible. Those rules have to change where I hire somebody and I want him or her to take regimented breaks. Go on a break at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. You can't go before that. And come back in 15 minutes. Those things have to change as long as they are willing to support with the best of their capabilities and deliverables. We got to be flexible. Everybody, yes? Second, they would like to have a growth plan. I was traveling all over, and probably I'll click some pictures and send you later. I found out that some companies, especially the retail business, restaurant business, as I was moving in all these malls all over, I found out there's a big, so to say, display on a board where we are hiring retail sales officers. Here's your growth plan if you join us now. 0 to 3 months, you learn this. Then 6 months, you're here. And in 2 years, you become a store manager like this. I mean, they have broadcasted a growth plan right in the front of their stores so that people who are interested in joining, they see a brighter, better, bigger future. So show them the future and give them some outstanding growth plans that really matches their aspirations. Friends, the next point is healthy relationship with the manager. We're going to make sure we create an inclusive workforce where the manager and the team member feels happy, belonged. He feels that my manager cares for me. He speaks with me my way. Orient them with managing Generation Z kind of training programs. Orient them in Star Consulting Global, one of our companies, offers this workshop on how do you lead in this digital world. Those workshops are directed to helping managers understand how to create a culture where you can truly unleash best potential from these outstanding Gen Zs. Then ensure they have mental well-being. Ensure that they have wonderful breaks for yoga, meditation, Also make sure, set the right expectation, what you expect from them. And when they do a very good job, make sure you give them timely and more stronger, impactful recognition. Everybody, yes? You know what? We all went to school. Everybody, yes? How many of you have been to school? Tell me honestly. Where did you go, sir? Sir. No, I'm you, sir. You did. Just checking. You know what? Back in our school, our generation, how many times did we get a, wow, fantastic job done. You are a star. You are magical. With a nice softie there. You know, softie ice cream? I mean, absolutely. I agree. Both of us understand each other's pains, Harsh. You know what, Harsh? My daughter goes to her school. Every third day, she has a very interesting comment there. Always shine like a star. You are magical. You are extraordinary. With a nice chocolate bar. And she shows to me. I said, wow, wait, I'm so proud of you. And I decided to also put some nice chocolates and nice cookies on the side and a nice cake. And I told her, now give this to your ma'am. Tell her, Dad has given this for you. But the point is, we know that the appreciation that we had was fairly minimal in comparison to what these guys experience on a daily basis. So the Gen Z badly needs a good praise for a job well done. If you're with me, everybody say yes. Now, let's get the ball rolling. Let's get to the next one. How do we create a culture which gets us thriving and winning come what may? Friends, do you know this guy is a very famous personality? Any guesses who's this guy? All right, let me show you something. I'll give you a hint. You know what? He started very humble. He was actually, his father was a newspaper seller. Unfortunately, he lost his job, and he had to start working very hard for his family to sustain the family. And my dear friends, the school came home and said, you can't leave schooling. You must continue studying. We'll find a way for you to work, earn, and study. He studied so magically well. He became a champion. And then after that, after college, he got his first job in Xerox. Xerox, everybody? His job was to go to all the corporate houses, demonstrate, Harsh, how amazing the photocopier is, and how beautifully it creates magic for you. Then people became his fans. He was so good in building rapport that people loved him big time. He said, wow, you're amazing, Howard. You're fantastic. You're phenomenal. I am so proud of you. Guess what? Gradually and slowly, he got promoted. He was about to be the global CEO of Xerox in 1987. That's when he said to the management team that, hey, listen, I want to do something that I'm born for. And with that thought process, he started a tiny store that will sell tea, coffee, burger, and pizzas. Hired a team of 15 people and told them that, listen, 2 rules of the game. 1, never treat your customers as customers. Treat them as your best friend. Number 2, remember rule number 1. And then guess what? There was a long queue of people waiting to have their cup of tea and coffee nowhere else but at this very store. This became so popular. From 1 store to 2, from 2 to 20 to 200. Today, they have more than 45,000 stores globally and still booming. Ladies and gentlemen, bring it on for the one only, Howard Schultz, the man behind Starbucks Coffee, everyone. He's the one. I was watching his interview. You know what he said? He said, my product is not coffee. My product is happiness. People come over here because they want to feel happy. Coffee happens. Everybody, yes? Think about it, how he manages his team so well. Great message for HR leaders. This guy creates a culture where all of us, as in he's himself present every single time when the team is working hard and serving a coffee. He operates from a zero ego room, serves coffee with his own hands. My dear friends, he meets people, the kids of the employees, and he gets them for a nice vacation sometimes. They go on picnics together. And then Starbucks has a lot of love in the sense people who love in Starbucks don't quit that easy. They feel happy being there. Everybody, yes? Let me tell you something. When you create this harmony at workplace, what does that lead to? Well, let me share this very interesting example with you. Have you ever been to Starbucks? All of us, yes? when you go to Starbucks, did you notice how they address each other? How do they call each other? They don't call sir, ma'am, or by the names. They say partner, yes? Partner, because they all strongly believe we are all partners in this great journey together. So imagine a situation, Harsh, you decide to go to a nearby Starbucks, okay? And the guy who's a server comes and says, sir, wow, how may I help you? You say, I would like to have a latte. With pleasure. Sir, my name is Ashish. Your name is? My name is Harsh. Wow, sir. Latte in 2 minutes for you, sir. Yes? Please be comfortable. I will shout your name, okay? Now, my dear friends, then he gives the order he says, hey, buddy, will you please make a latte for Harsh? Now, that's how they talk. They don't talk like this. Hey, ek latte bana de. Jaldi bana. The humility and the love that they have truly makes people feel belong to the community. Everybody, yes? And they do such a great job together. Now, one of these Starbucks stores recently hired a team of some people. And Starbucks has got some repeat customers. Everybody, yes? There was a repeat customer in Starbucks. And this customer was like every second day at the coffee store. Now, something very interesting about this customer. What he would do is, every single time he would get to the store, he will first rush to the tissue station. He will take a tissue paper and then use a pen and write the order. And then stand in the queue and give the order. And the barista would read the order, prepare a coffee, serve the coffee. Do you know why? Because E.B. Piracha was speaking and hearing impaired. He couldn't speak, he couldn't hear. Now, my dear friends, a lot of people observe him do the same thing every single day. Here's something interesting. This guy gets back to the store after a few days, and he has a surprise waiting. You know what? As always, he rushes to the tissue station, picks up the tissue paper and the pen, but before he could write something, there's this lady, Crystal, waving, calling him to the order center, the order place. And as he approaches there, before he could write something, Crystal gives a tissue paper to him. And you know what the tissue paper reads? The tissue paper reads, I have been learning the American Sign Language just so you can have the same experience as everyone else. Crystal learned the American Sign Language to delight this customer, E.B. Piracha. My dear friends, look at that. Oh my God. When you create that inclusive, loving, caring culture, people feel so happy being with you. Everybody, yes? And look at the fact that this is an extraordinary experience. Now, we all are either a product or a service company. Most of us. Everybody, yes? How many of you would like to have your team members delight their customers? And you know what? When you have an inclusive culture, it leads to massive happiness for our customers and people. And that's what's happening right here in Starbucks. So, I have two important points to share with you. First H, I will give you 3 H's today. The first is be happy when you're working with people. Just like squadron leader Vijay Karnik, he was happily managing the whole show so well, even in that crazy situation. 2, be honoring, humble and honoring. This guy believes in honoring people, and because of the fact they have an honoring culture, people stick on, they feel so happy. Everybody, yes? I want to give you my last message. What's the last thing? Here's the last thing, my dear friends. When I travel worldwide, a lot of people come up to me and they tell me that, Ashish, we love the way you talk. Tell me who motivates you. And before I tell you who motivates me, by the way, how many of you would like to know who motivates me? However, before I tell you that, can I give you one last example, everybody, yes? I was traveling from Bombay to Delhi, and that was my last flight. And it was pretty late, 2 o'clock. So, because it's raining crazy, you know how it rains in Bombay, the water gets clogged, runway gets blocked. So, everybody had left. The lounge was almost empty. It was just me and a lady sitting diagonally opposite to me right there, wearing a nice shawl, and she's working, I'm working. Now, after a few minutes, I realized somebody is crying in the lounge. Now, I looked here and there, and I found out it's that lady who's crying. Now, we all go through emotional ups and downs. Everybody, yes? My dear friends, I thought that she'll be fine in a while. very mature lady, must be in her 50s, but she wasn't. She started crying profusely, and I thought it's time for me to act now. We are all born with a moral responsibility to bring happiness to the world. Everybody, yes? So I decided to keep my coffee aside. I made my way straight to her, and she was wearing a shawl and working on the iPad. I looked up to her and said, "Wow, ma'am, the shawl suits you so well. You made an excellent choice." She looked up, she smiled, offered a seat right next to me. And when I sat right next to her, you know what? The iPad that she was using, can I use this, sir? She showed me the iPad, and she said, "My name is Padma." I said, "Wow, Padma, I'm Ashish. You know, these are 25 pictures of my life. My life is all about these 25 pictures." And she's crying and talking, crying and talking. She said, "You know what? This is when I got married. My husband, Rohit." I said, "Wow, you guys make a great pair together. Wonderful." I was trying to, boost her up a little bit. This is the first international vacation that we had. He never told us about it. It came to me like a surprise. I had tears in my eyes when he took me there. Oh my God, the most blissful time of my life. We were blessed with 2 daughters, Nidhi and Vidhi. I said, "Wow." And you know what? These daughters will be doctors next year. I said, "Congratulations, Padma. That's so good." He's the best father one can imagine, the best husband one can imagine, caregiver at heart, leader in his mind. He's the wisest leader for our company. I said, "Wonderful." You see this picture? This picture is a picture where I was supposed to give a presentation next day. And I was preparing the entire night for that conversation because I was so scared of being on the stage. We prepared together. He guided me step by step, stayed with me. And the next day when I give a presentation, people had a huge round of applause for me. I said, "Wow, you're so lucky." I love him so much. I said, "I can sense that." Every single morning, I get up and I open the balcony and I get to the balcony zone and I hold the white railing. And she said, I hold the railing and I look up in the sky. And I tell him, "Rohit, wherever you are, thank you for being there. You made me who I am today." And he showers all his love to me. I lost him 3 years ago. But I'm not crying because I lost him. I am crying, Ashish, because for the entire 27 years of our companionship, not even once I told him, "Rohit, you're the best husband one can have. You're the best father kids could ever have. You're the best leader. I'm so proud of you." And I'm crying because all those moments that I lost, I will regret for the rest of my life. I wish I had a regret-less life. Unfortunately, I have a regret-full life. As I dropped her to the boarding gate, I remember she turned around and she turned back and she said, "Make a promise. When you like something in somebody, family, friends, tell them how amazing they are. Tell them they've shaped up your careers. Tell them they are the one making you who you are today." That day when I sat back in the flight, I realized, and I sent some 300 odd WhatsApp messages to all my friends and loved ones. But the message stays with me, one of the profound messages. Time is all we have. One day we may realize we have less than we think. And therefore it is very important to delight the world around. More appreciations, not just for your family and friends, not just for your people in office, but also for your loved ones and families, and especially your husband and your spouses and your kids. Because, my dear friends, the irony of life is people whom we love most are ignored most. Yes, not anymore. दोस्तों कहते ना कि जिंदगी बस एक पल है, इसमें आज है ना कल है, जी लो इसको इस तरह की जो भी आपसे मिले, यही कहे आज ही उसके जिंदगी का सबसे हसीन पल है, सबसे हसीन पल है. When you go back home, make sure you make life magical for people. Is that a yes, everybody? Harsh, if I may just have a little conversation with you. Are you married, sir? Yes. Wonderful. Please go and tell your wife how much you love her. Definitely. But make sure she's your own wife.
I will ensure that.
Somebody's looking very curiously. Oh, really? Yeah, that's true. So coming back to my last conversation with you, my dear friend, but before we get there, I want to quickly ask you, with that one word, tell me, how's been the last 20 minutes together? Awesome. So thank you very much for being an awesome guest, awesome team, and awesome friends. Here's my last message to you. People ask me that what motivates you, Ashish? So I said that today I'm going to share with my friends today in Bangalore the biggest reason of my motivation and making me who I am today. And so it's a very personal story. So if you may turn the camera off, I'll appreciate that. Camera band kar dijiye. Thank you.
I think combined a good mixture of humor as well as emotions. I think I've had the privilege to listen to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ashish. Why don't you come up on stage? And I'd like to invite Mr. Govind to felicitate you. And yes, I'll be scanning the QR code as well.
My 3 messages to you would be, friends. Be happy. Thanks for
Thank you very much. I hope all of us are energized. We have some more time to go before we proceed towards lunch. So now it's time for a very special award for a very special person. Okay. This is Professor Dr. Debashish Rath. So while I request him to come on stage, we'd like to recognize his extraordinary contributions in campus engagement and placements. Do we have Professor Dr. Debashish Rath here? That's amazing. So he has been engaged in the field of campus hiring and support for more than 20 years in his distinctive career of 27 years. He has placed lakhs of students in his career span and has had a stellar stint with the Indian HR network. He is currently employed with JECRC University, Jaipur, Rajasthan as Vice President. Apart from his profession, he is an avid traveler and has a keen interest in photography. I would like Professor Dr. Debashish to share a few words of wisdom with all of us.
Thank you. Namaskar, everyone. It's a small journey from I'm a proud Odia, settled in Bangalore. From Bhubaneswar to Bangalore. And this journey, my thanks to all my different college and university promoters who encouraged me, to the students community in general, and all my HR friends in past 25 years who encouraged me. When I stand here, I miss one of my mentor, the late Ramoji Rao. I worked very closely heading ETV before coming to this line. In this journey, I'm very happy, and thanks to Negi sir, my mentor, Nagana Oda sir. From my past employer from MMU, Mansa is here, Jatinder is here. From JCRC, Vinayak ji is here. And I'll not take much of your time. Definitely and certainly, I'm not retiring. It will help me to excel. And this is a second life. I'm a cancer survivor, but I push myself to do this. And it's a very noble profession. Every profession has its merits and demerits. How do you take it forward? It's all up to you. I tell my HR friends also, sorry to say, you want to retire proudly with a white shirt or blue shirt in the year of 60 or 65, or you prematurely retire. And thanks to HR Success Talk, I'm very happy personally to see their growth and journey. Last year, we conducted with them a mega HR conclave at Hotel Lalita Sak in Bangalore when I was with Mahasi Markandesh deemed to be university. And that was still an event very fresh in the memory. And this Augustus gathering of today. Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to now invite Mr. Govind to felicitate Professor Dr. Debashish Rath. Govind, I request you to stay back. We would now like to recognize Tara, Miss Tara, as one of the winners of Top 100 HR Leaders Awards. She has a personal emergency for which she has to leave. Requesting all of you to give her a huge round of applause. Miss Tara, kan bargi mat. Govind, I'm requesting you to stay again. Okay, moving on to our next set of awards. These are again jury awards. We are moving to Top 10 Global Women in Business Excellence Awards. We now turn our attention to the Top 10 Global Women in Business Excellence Awards, celebrating outstanding female leaders with at least 15 years of professional experience. These nominees have not only achieved remarkable results within their organizations, but have also made significant impacts on their wider communities. Through their exceptional leadership and innovative practices, they've set new benchmarks in their respective fields. These women embody the spirit of excellence, inspiring future generations of female business leaders. It's my honor to announce this year's recipients of the Top 10 Global Women in Business Excellence Awards. Ms. Rashmi Mancharmani, CHRO Wave Group and a strategic HR professional from XLRI with over 20 years of work experience, is the esteemed jury for this category. And since she is not present here, Mr. Govind Negi would be felicitating this year's recipients in this award category. Okay, so we're ready to begin. First up, we have Ms. Anuradha Mohan. Ms. Anuradha Mohan. Next, we have Ms. Mumtaz Begum. Ms. Mumtaz Begum. Keep that applause on, ladies and gentlemen. Next, we have Ms. Sheila Naveen. Ms. Sheila Naveen. Ms. Sheila, are you here? All right. Next up, we have Mekhola Ganguly. Ms. Mekhola Ganguly. Miss Megha Jigalur. Miss Megha Jigalur. Thank you everyone for joining us in person to receive your awards. As you know, these are global awards and some of our winners could not join us in person. I would request you all to continue clapping for the remaining winners in this category. And if any of the winners are present, please stand up, put your hands up and let me know. We have Miss Prerna Kalra, Miss Vidya Jivi. Miss Vidya Jivi is here. Please come up on stage. So glad you could join us in person. Next we have Ms. Bandana Negi Bhandari. Claps please. And last we have Ms. Monica Dahiya. Ms. Monica Dahiya. Okay, I would like Mr. Govind to stay back for the next set of awards. And the next set of awards is the Top 10 Global CXO Excellence Awards. We now celebrate the pinnacle of corporate leadership with the Top 10 Global CXO Excellence Awards. This prestigious honor recognizes C-suite executives who have demonstrated exceptional prowess in steering enterprise-level organizations. These nominees bring in at least a decade of progressive leadership experience, including a minimum of 3 years in a CXO role. Their visionary leadership has not only driven significant results within their organizations, but has also left an indelible mark on their respective industries. Mr. Shashikant Chaudhary, who is the co-founder of HappyEaters.club and Babyverse, is the esteemed jury for this category. And since he is not present here in person, we would want Mr. Govind to felicitate the winners on his behalf. Next slide, please. To start off with, we have Mr. Shreyas Kumar. Mr. Shreyas Kumar, if you're here in person. Okay. We have Dr. Sanjeev Dikshit. Dr. Sanjeev Dikshit is here. Please put a loud round of applause for him. Next up, we have Mr. Jitendra Somani. Mr. Jitendra Somani. Thank you everyone for joining us in person, and some of the winners, as these are global awards, could not join us in person. I would request you to continue giving them a loud round of applause. Mr. Amit Nayak, Dr. Brillian SK, Dr. Brillian SK, Mr. Vishal Sood, and Mr. Deepak Anand. Thank you, Mr. Govind. You may now take your seat. Moving on, it's now time for the top 10 global CSR Impact Awards, recognizing organizations that have truly embodied the spirit of corporate social responsibility. These nominees have implemented initiatives that have made tangible, positive impacts on society and the environment. They've gone beyond mere philanthropy, integrating CSR deeply into their business strategies and daily operations. Their unwavering commitment to ethical practices and social responsibility sets a new standard for corporate citizenship. It is my honor to announce this year's recipients of the top 10 Global CSR Impact Awards. I would now like to invite the esteemed jury for this category, Mr. Mahipal Nair, who is the Managing Director at Trellix India and Head of Human Resources India, APJ. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Mahipal. Okay, time for our first winner in this category, Ms. Sudha Jijaria. Ms. Sudha Jijaria. Ms. Megha Mittal. Ms. Megha Mittal. While the other winners could not join us in person, I would request you, you know the drill, you have to continue clapping for them. And if any one of you is present, please put your hands up. Mr. Sandeep Verma, Professor Sapna Sharma, Ms. Aarti Soni, Ms. Mun P. Lakra, and Ms. Tejal Rajgaur. Thank you, Mr. Mahipal. I would now like to invite Govind to felicitate you, so you cannot get down the stage. Thank you very much, the both of you. I know all of us must be waiting for lunch, right? There are two more things that would happen before lunch, but before I even get to that, I'd like to, talk about a couple of announcements that I have with me. So we will gather for a group picture before we break for lunch. So just in case if you're planning to go, please stay back. Please stay back for the group pictures at least. We request all our winners, sponsors, jury, speakers, and volunteers to be present in this room in the next maybe 30 minutes or so. Lunch is arranged here just in case if you have not seen, it's just right outside this room. So you can go for lunch after the next two small things that are going to happen. And then, of course, for those of you who have not yet given your video testimonial, you know who the team is. You have Channa, Suma, and Sri Lakshmi. You can reach out to them and give your video testimonial. And then post-lunch, you, of course, know what's going to happen. There's going to be an interesting fireside chat, as well as a stand-up comedy session lined up. So with that, we now proceed towards our last keynote speech of the day on employee engagement by Mr. Shrikant Acharya. He's the CEO of Offi Needs. I would like to call him on stage. Please come up on stage. I would request everyone to give him a loud round of applause, please. The stage is yours for the next 10 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Deepthi, and thank you, Govind, for this opportunity. I've had the opportunity to collaborate with HR Success Talk on multiple events, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here. I hate to be the guy between you and your lunch, so I'm going to be keeping it very, very brisk and very, very brief. All right. So today I'm going to be sharing a very short talk on 5 proven ways on how you can leverage on the power of corporate gifts and custom merchandise to be able to improve employee engagement and employer branding. Before that, I'll make a quick introduction about myself. I'm Shrikant Acharya. I'm the co-founder and CEO at offineeds.com, which is a leading corporate gifting and custom merchandise company. September, October, November, December is the time when you're really thinking about gifting to your employees, whether it's Diwali, whether it's New Year or annual events which might be happening. And I'm thinking this brief presentation might be really useful and well-timed in that sense. Before I get there, I want to talk a little bit about Offineeds. Offineeds is an award-winning corporate gifting company. We've been in business for 20 plus years, and we've won several awards, including I started by receiving an award from HR Success Talk a couple of, about 3 or 4 years back. And we've been in business for close to 20 years now. 2004 is when I started this company, and through these years, we've had the opportunity to work with several thousands of mid and large size companies and create awesome merchandise for these companies. And we've received over 500 plus testimonials from several prestigious clients and have an average rating of 4.9 out of 5-star rating. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So what makes us really stand apart is a 20,000 square feet state-of-the-art operation center, which we have in Bomanhalli in Bangalore. And we do, where the operation center houses a large warehouse, a project management facility, assembly line style production setup. But at the heart of our operation center, we have something called Offineeds Studio, where we do all our customization in-house, from screen printing to UV printing to laser engraving, embroidery. Everything is done in-house. That gives great control on customization of merchandise. And as an organization, we are committed to 100% eco-friendly packaging. Most companies are shipping gifts to individual employees' homes, and we hate it when employees get plastic, heavy plastic bubble wrap packaging and things like that. And in the last 3 or 4 years, we've sent out to close to 5 lakh plus home deliveries with 100% eco-friendly packaging, effectively saving more than 50,000 kgs of plastic from going into the ocean. And as an organization, we are diverse. We've got a bunch of women and differently abled people in the organization. We are GDPR compliant. We are an ISO 27001 and ISO 9001 certified company, and committed to 5 of the 17 SDGs which are there. So coming back to the 5 strategies that are there, the first strategy is the most popular, most obvious, is the sending out welcome gifts to new joinees. Now, if you're not already doing this, this is not a good to have anymore. It's an absolute, employee joins the organization, he or she expects to get a gift that they can show off to their peers, their colleagues, their neighbors, their family, and consistently you will see that they put it out on social media and those posts go viral. So if you're not already doing welcome kits, you should be doing that. And these are some of the welcome kits that we're doing for several of our organizations. Completely custom made, from the product to the packaging. Everything is completely custom made with your branding. And what we also offer is we back it up with, in case you have employees who are working remotely and you want the gifts to be sent to their homes, we offer 100% guaranteed home delivery along with a consolidated dashboard like this, which gives you absolute clarity of the status of the deliveries and making sure that the employees are getting their gifts just in time for their onboarding. The same concept of the new joining kits can also be extended to other floating events, which could be offer gifts or work anniversaries, birthdays, wedding anniversaries, a new baby born into the family of the employee, and things like that, making that occasion really, really memorable for the employee in your organization. The second strategy that you can use to leverage on corporate gifts is by not giving the same gift to everyone in the organization. Now, typically what happens is Diwali, New Year, annual day, org-wide events which happen, the management comes together and says, this is the gift which we're giving to everybody. Now, we all know HR faces the brunt of getting the harsh feedback that they did not like the gift that was received. Now, let's admit it. You ask 1,000 people what they would like, you cannot get the same answer, right? So it's impossible that somebody likes the same gift. So what we suggest is instead of giving the same gift to everyone, shortlist 3, 4, 5 different products in different categories in a somewhat similar budget, build a microsite and let the employees choose what they would like to get as a gift. This way they have chosen what they've liked, and the employee satisfaction is guaranteed to be close to 99%, more than that. There is still going to be 1 or 2 people who are not going to like anything you give anyway, right? And then these are some of the microsites that we've created for several of our customers in the past, and the employee satisfaction is consistently through the roof. I want you to pay attention to, this is one of the sample dashboards which is there, where we've created a microsite like this for an organization with 3,769 employees. And look at the rating there, 4.95 out of 5 rating. Out of the 3,700, 3,000 plus have rated 5-star employee and 5-star rating, right? So that's the power of just giving the option to the employee for choosing the gift that they would like to receive. So this is something, this is a concept we call gift cart, and it's been getting raving reviews. The third strategy that you can have is if you're a mid to large size organization, you should be looking at having your own brand store. A brand store is a white labeled, I'm showcasing the Tally merchandise store well, Dr. Nagan Gowda is here. Tally is a prestigious client of ours. So a brand store is a white labeled e-commerce website which we set up for a client, listing their merchandise specifically for their employees, and could also be to customers and dealers and things like that. So this is something we run for a company called Tefe, which is the second largest manufacturer of tractors in the country. Tally. There's a Flipkart merchandise store we just concluded there. I mean, it's ongoing there. Big Billion Day merchandise is going on right now. There's Lenovo, and there are different companies for whom we run. And the interesting thing about having a merchandise store like this is typically if you have a merchandise store, somebody needs to hold inventory. Now, because of the unique operations setup that we have, we run a zero inventory brand store. That means the mock-ups are there on the website. After an employee places an order, the product is customized and shipped. So there is no liability for somebody to hold inventory and then worry whether it will sell or not, and things like that. So the entire end-to-end process, from the platform to the customer care to logistics, operations, everything is taken care of by us. And it's if you have a brand that you think employees are proud to be a part of, a brand store is something that you should absolutely go for, and it's an absolute no-brainer. The fourth solution which we have is called Rewards by Off Needs, which is a gift voucher platform. Now, there are some occasions when you want to give out gift vouchers. Typically, you'd think of Amazon gift vouchers or Shoppers Stop gift vouchers or something like that. The challenge with that is when you give a single brand gift voucher, the employee may or may not like it. So we've created a platform called Rewards, where about 80 plus different brands of gift vouchers are listed there, from Amazon to Flipkart to Shoppers Stop to Swiggy to Westside, Make My Trip, Book My Show. Lot of things that you can think of from, so when you give a gift voucher to an employee, instead of giving just one brand, you're giving them points on this platform which they can redeem against any brand of their choice, and that makes it, whether they want to go book a flight to some place or go for a movie or for a stand-up comedy which might be happening somewhere, or go to a physical retail shop or go online, they can still use that. And the last one is customized gifts for pretty much any occasion that you're looking at, whether it's a team outing, client visit, trade shows, milestone achievements, star performers, fun Fridays, Rangoli events, pretty much anything that you're thinking about. We have gifts for pretty much all the events. We have a collection of more than 4,000 plus products. A small glimpse of these products have been put up on display at a stall just right outside here. I'd love to catch up with all of you and explore if you'll be able to serve any requirements that you might have for the upcoming season. Once again, thank you so much. Congratulations to all the award winners. And thank you so much, Govind and HR Success Talk and everyone here for being such a wonderful audience. And look forward to catching up with you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Shrikant. That was lovely, and some of those, what do you call it, goodies looked really enticing. Okay, I would now like to invite Govind. Shrikant, where are you going? You have to be back to give a heartfelt token of our appreciation to Shrikant. Thank you so much, both of you. So I think that moment has come when, all of us have been waiting for so long for the top 100 HR leaders of Bangalore to be announced. And we are thrilled to announce the winners of the top 100 HR leaders, a prestigious recognition that honors exceptional contributions and leadership in the field of human resources. Our selection process, which a lot of you had queries on, involved meticulous research, references, recommendations, and in-depth profile analysis using insights from Google and LinkedIn. So before we start the awards, I would again want to talk about the 3 important announcements from our side. We will gather for the group picture, and that will happen in the next 10-15 minutes. So please ensure that all the winners, sponsors, jury, speakers, and volunteers, everyone is present here in this room in the next 10-15 minutes for the group picture. Lunch, as you know, is arranged just outside this room, so please go ahead for lunch after the awards have been announced. And I request you to spare some time and speak with the video testimonial team comprising Channa, Suma, and Sri Lakshmi. And post-lunch, we'll have an exciting fireside chat between Maya and Shubrato, and which will be followed by a hilarious stand-up comedy by Anmol Garg. And lunch would be in the next 15 minutes, so brace yourself and clap for the award winners with your full heart. I know you're hungry. Project that hunger onto your claps. Yeah? Okay, so I would now like to invite Govind to again come back on stage to award the winners, and I'll start calling out their names. First up, we have Mr. Chirag Suchak. Mr. Chirag. Where is that applause that you promised me? Yeah. And I was going to say, where's the music? Thank you. Congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Nitin Tiwari. Mr. Nitin Tiwari. Music, please, and applause, please. Congratulations. Next up, we have Ms. A. Annapurna. Ms. A. Annapurna, are you here? Okay. Mr. Abhinandan Chaudhary. Mr. Abhinandan Chaudhary, do we have you here? Okay. Mr. Abhishek Jar. Mr. Abhishek Jar. Another 15 minutes. Come on, people. Where's that energy? Thank you. Congratulations. Ms. Aditi Jain. Ms. Aditi Jain. Thank you and congratulations. Mr. Ajit Prabhakar V. Mr. Ajit Prabhakar V. Thank you and congratulations. Mr. Amit Gulati. Mr. Amit Gulati, do we have you here? Okay. Mr. Amit Prakash. Mr. Amit Prakash. You again. Thank you and congratulations. Ms. Anamika Sahai. Ms. Anamika Sahai. Thank you and congratulations. Mr. Anjan A. Ms. Anjana Chiramil. Ms. Anjana Chiramil. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Ms. Ankita Balyan. Ms. Ankita Balyan. Hi. Next we have Mr. Anupam Srivastav. Mr. Anupam Srivastav, are you here? Okay. Next we have Miss Aparna C. Miss Aparna C. Thank you and congratulations. Next we have Miss Aradhna Dubey. Miss Aradhna Dubey. Next we have Mr. Arpan Shukla. Mr. Arpan Shukla. Next we have Ms. Arushi Goyal. Ms. Arushi Goyal. Next we have Mr. Augustine Joseph. Mr. Augustine Joseph. Next we have Ms. Bakul Bhagawat. Bakul Bhagwat. My bad. Ms. Bakul Bhagwat. Thank you and congratulations. Next we have Ms. Bhavya Sharma. Ms. Bhavya Sharma. Next we have Ms. Bhavya Shetty. Ms. Bhavya Shetty. Hi. Hello. Thank you and congratulations. Next we have Ms. Bindu Madhavi. Ms. Bindu Madhavi. Next we have Mr. Chella Pandian Pichai. Mr. Chella Pandian Pichai. Next we have Mr. Chetan S. Giriyapura. Mr. Chetan S. Giriyapura. Next we have Ms. Deepti Pandey. Ms. Deepti Pandey. Next we have Ms. Devshri Srivastava. Ms. Devshri Srivastava. Next we have Dr. Naga Siddharth. Dr. Naga Siddharth. Next we have Ms. Iram Kutsia. Ms. Iram Kutsia. Next we have Ms. Gargi Goswami. Ms. Gargi Goswami. Next we have Mr. Gaurav Kishore. Mr. Gaurav Kishore. Next we have Mr. Gautam Kar. Mr. Gautam Kar. He is here. Huge round of applause, please. Thank you and congratulations. Next we have Mr. Gunjan Das. Mr. Gunjan Das. Thank you and congratulations. Next up we have Ms. Harsha Vatnani. Ms. Harsha Vatnani. Thank you and congratulations. Next we have Mr. Harshvardhan Maheshwari. Mr. Harshvardhan Maheshwari. Thank you and congratulations. And the last in this list, we have Mr. Jubin Kapasi. Mr. Jubin Kapasi. I believe he is not here right now. A big congratulations to all the winners and thank you, Mr. Govind, for felicitating them. I request everyone to assemble here for a group picture. Please call your friends. If any of you are aware else, please call them. This group picture is very, very important. Do we have the next set of people here already? We would need the PPT to be up.
Jane walks into her first day at work and settles in quickly. She logs into
All right, while the PPT gets started, right now what we're going to have is a very nice fireside chat between two people around cultivating resilient leadership. So I would just give it like a minute. I would request a minute of your time for the PPT to be up and running so that I can officially introduce the speaker and the moderator for this session. Please give me 1 minute. Can I expect some bit of silence from everyone so that I can go ahead and introduce the speaker and the moderator for the session? Can we do silence as soon as I say 1, 2, 3? Absolute silence, please. Okay, 1.
6 months ago, the goals were reviewed and both Jane and John's
There is
views
some
were recorded on
sound
employee
coming. I
wise.
think we have to
They will now
switch.
record their views
Yeah,
on their
background.
yearly performance.
Okay,
John will also
this
record
background noise while we figure that out amongst all of us. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much for this pin drop silence. Appreciate it. So welcome back and I hope you enjoyed the lunch. Now it's time for a fiery fireside chat on cultivating resilient leadership between our speaker Maya Payal Mitra, who is a somatic leadership and career transition coach as well as founder of Move with Maya. Please give her a loud round of applause. Come. Okay. And the moderator for the session is our very own Shubhrato Kabiraj, who is the VP of Bangalore Chapter for College Collaboration as part of HR Success Talk and co-founder of Employee Engagement Academy. Please come on stage. Over to you both to share your insights with us. I hope you have the mic with you.
Maya, and many of you, Maya is new to you, and I'm sure by the end of the day you will get to know. Maya has gone around the globe, impacted around 18,000 leaders with her crafts, with her knowledge, and she's also a LinkedIn top voice, and much more. And as you have seen in the video, she can move people to change. Now, straight going into our topic, that is resilient leadership. How do we build resilient leadership? And here is my first question. And as I go to my first question, when we start talking, if you have any questions, please keep it ready. We'll quickly go to you, maybe at the max 1 or 1.25 questions.
Okay.
and then we'll swiftly come back to you.
That's just trying to check if you're awake, I guess.
All right, so here is my first question, Maya. You have worked with leaders globally. What are the common challenges you have seen leaders face normally?
First of all, thank you, Shubroto, and thank you, HR Success Talk, Govind, and the entire team behind making this event possible, and for inviting me to share my thoughts and insights on my experience so far. There are a lot of industry veterans sitting here who are much more experienced than me, but I can only share from my experience so far. In my experience of having worked with leaders across the globe, and currently looking at the current scheme of things, especially the post-pandemic world, I think the post-pandemic world, if anything, has actually shaped and changed the way we work, the where we work, the how we work, and the what about work. So the meaning of meaningful, okay. Hello? Okay. So the meaning of meaningful work has really evolved in a post-pandemic world. And I think today, more than ever, people are looking to work, people are choosing peace over paycheck. And I think that's one of the greatest things that I would like to look at when I work with organizations, when I work with senior leaders. Mainly people are looking for meaning, connection, purpose. And if you look at, the way we are working in remote teams, in virtual teams, in distributed virtual teams, there is a lot of disconnection. There's a lot of employee disengagement that is happening. Anybody can throw a guess as to what is the business loss that we have due to employee disengagement. Anybody wants to throw in their tile and make a guess? Any numbers? $1 million. You are right by 1/10 of that guess. It's not $1 million. You would be surprised if I throw the number. It's 8.8 trillion. Wow. Trillion. Yes, you heard that right. It's 8.8 trillion USD that is attributed to business loss due to employee disengagement. Don't believe me? This is what Gallup Workplace Survey talks about. So that's what we are sitting at. And more than 80% of employees are calling in sick because, or rather unplanned leaves because they are disengaged. So these are the numbers we are sitting at, mainly because of the distributed workforce, the disengagement. That's primarily the area of my work in helping build the human connection in organizations, and how can we really make it psychologically safe and thriving for high-performance teams.
This is good now. Okay. So Maya, as you told us about a couple of problems, how do you see the leaders are solving those problems? I mean, what are the novel ways that you have seen people approach those problems, try to solve these problems?
So, I see there's been an increase. Okay, am I echoing? Okay. So I see there's been an increase in the number of, in the intent, I would say, in the intent of organizations now really looking at more diverse teams, looking at how do we really make work meaningful and purposeful for most of the employees, and really talking about building resilient leaders, fostering inclusive workplaces, and cultivating a culture of resilience. And that's what I see largely has been happening, where we talk about empathy and bringing your whole self at work, authentic leadership. It's not just a good to have, but it has almost become a must have for most organizations. And that's what I have seen, a large appetite for organizations that I work with, and I do these kind of workshops and leadership trainings where repeatedly I get asked to offer these kind of programs where there is a need for emotional intelligence, there is a higher need for relational intelligence, and also resilience.
So as you know, Maya is a somatic leadership coach. A quick check, raise your hands please. How many of you already know something about or heard about somatic leadership? Please raise your hands. I'm not able to, I can see only one hand.
Okay, the 4 hands that gone up in the rooms
Okay.
are the people that probably I have already interacted with and know my work. So I'm not surprised.
How many of you did not hear about somatic leadership? You are hearing for the first time. Raise your hands, please.
Yeah, that makes it. Yes.
All right. So, Maya, you know, we have to know a lot. When I spoke to Maya for the first time, one and a half year back, after 1 hour, 15 minutes, I was still asking, Maya, what is somatic leadership?
Then I think I did a bad job. I think I did a bad job by not being able to explain.
So, she really did a good job, but you know, I mean, my kind of level, I mean, where I was, it's like, Shubrato, come, I'll pick you up, and then I'll teach you something, and Shubrato was somewhere else. So it was that difficult. Okay. What do you think, Maya? I mean, we are facing the leadership challenges. People are trying different things and all. Where does somatic leadership come into picture?
So, but before that, that's actually a great question, Shubroto. But before that, let me try and answer what is somatic leadership and why should you even care? Is just another, buzzword that somebody's just come up with and fancy, using it. But just for the uninitiated, somatic leadership is actually all about using the interconnectedness of the mind-body and how that really helps us in not just being better human beings, but better leaders in organizations. And how can we start from leading self to leading others to leading organizations? So somatics is one of the tools that we use. So far, we have been using only our cognitive abilities, but we don't really, when it comes to the world of work, when it comes to the world of business leadership, we don't really talk about how can we use somatic leadership? And that's exactly the work that I do. And just to, help you understand in a very basic level, if I were to say, I'm just going back and referring to one of Benjamin Franklin's quote that says, anybody knows what I'm going to target at? If you tell me, I remember, or I forget maybe. If you tell me, I remember. If you tell me, I forget. If you teach me, I remember. I think I'm just getting it mixed up. Anybody's got the right quote? That is the last one. उस पहले ही आपने बोल दिया. If you engage me, I remember. So basically what it says is that if you tell me, I forget. Somebody's got the right quote, please. Lovely. Yes. Yes. Thank you. That was a test for checking if you are all awake or not. We can have a prize for that. Yes, so my work is in the space of really engaging with people, employees and leaders in organizations where it is all about involving, not just cognitively, but also using the somatic intelligence and kinesthetic empathy. Now, these are again, you might say, okay, these are fancy words we don't know anything about. The best way to understand is to experience it, because it's all in the experiential zone. And if anything, if the video that you saw, the AV that you saw, that probably gave you an understanding of what it could feel like or what it may look like. So how we really get out of the head level and then get into the level of our body and feeling and emotions. I'm going to quote one of Nathan's favorite quote, and I'm sure all of us heard him also speak in the morning today. And in one of the panels that I had hosted, where he was one of the panelists, and Nathan had said this very beautifully, where he shared that awareness is in the mind, action is in the heart. So I work with the emotions, feelings, and the heart. That is what somatics is all about. Now, coming to your question of how does it help us become better leaders, or, because if we really understand at the crux of everything is that we are human beings, and if we are able to connect at that basic level of understanding human feelings, emotions, and coming in from a place of empathy and authentic leadership, that is when we are able to build and nurture stronger relationships. That is how we are also able to manage and regulate our own emotions and feelings, and then how that really trickles down in the way we lead our teams and the way we lead organizations. That's the, the work that we do. Yeah.
So, Maya, I'll come to you with the next question. And before that, I'll go to the audience. So, audience, every one of you, each one of you, if you have any question, please keep it ready. I'm coming to you very soon, right? Now, as I told you, I'll ask you the question. I want to know, can you share a couple of examples quickly so that you understand, say, this is what somatic leadership is and this is the context where we can use it? Maybe one or two examples.
Okay. So, okay, I'll give you a couple of examples. So, largely the space in which I have been using somatic intelligence and the work of, somatic leadership is in definitely leadership interventions, where again we work on, and also a lot of, programs around building inclusive workplaces. And when we are talking about building inclusive workplaces, we are looking at how do we really look at mitigating or unveiling unconscious bias. We are looking at using inclusive language, accessibility, all of that. And then we also do a large part of the work in the employee engagement space, like I already shared. Right now, your question of if I could probably share some successful stories, is that what you mean? So, okay, I could probably share 2 or 3, let's just see, so I also do a lot of work in one-on-one coaching space where we also use somatic leadership, and how that can be used is if you are somebody, and this is a case of somebody I worked very recently, works in a very senior position as a vice president sales tech, but he also realized in a Fortune 500 company that his anger was becoming a challenge in leading the team. And how, when you are self-aware, you want to do something about it, right? So how, by using somatic intelligence and really becoming aware of your emotions and navigating through that emotions. So the funda that we worked with is, it's okay to be angry, but do not show the anger. If you understand the fine line and the distinction between that. So if you are angry, rather than spitting fire on somebody else, can we use some movements to get that anger out of the body? And that's what, somatic leadership can actually coach you and teach you. In the work of, building resilient leadership, there are various different tools. In fact, I wanted to use something today, but unfortunately, we don't have the time to, do a demonstration where I could have probably showcased you how, by using various different tools, we actually enable you and help you understand how, how you can actually build resilience through your body. And these are some of the examples that I can show. And again, this is one of the, a place that we have used it in an organization where we did it for a 6-month intervention for their, team. It's a cohort that we worked with, and the challenge that the leadership team was working with is that my employees are disengaged. How can we get them engaged? Can you do something for us where we can get them engaged and also empower them to have their own voice, because they agree to disagree. That was the mandate that we got. They agree to disagree. So really honing in on your inner voice and being able to, come in from that space. It takes a lot of understanding yourself, and that again starts from the core. And the core is all about the heart and less of the mind. So that's primarily the work that, I do.
What I understood along with all of you, that be angry but do not show the anger.
We have other exercises in which that anger can be brought out. So yes, if anybody is curious to know, you can later on connect with me, and I can share some of those exercises which can be helpful for you and the team.
Anybody angry right now? Raise your hands, please. Okay, so Maya, you can see nobody is angry.
Oh, you are angry right now? Okay.
All right. So, Maya, can we go to the audience?
Yes, please. Any questions, intrigue? Okay.
I would request you to raise your hands, please.
Do
if
we
you
have
a
somebody
question,
going with the
We have
mics?
only option for 2 questions.
Acha.
Okay.
Mics. Three, four, five.
Check. Okay, I'll go.
Okay. An educational organization.
Sorry, educational. Yes, of course. Actually, I am working with XLRI Jamshedpur, where we are doing a lot of the somatic intelligence work in advanced leadership communication. And you know why, right? Advanced leadership communication. So yes, this can be used, and I have used it in various different institutions. I have been a master faculty at Whistling Woods International here in Bangalore as well. I do work with several institutions and organizations where not just we work with the students, but for organizations or institutes like XLRI in their MDP programs, we can definitely, bring it in the awareness of leadership communication. Yes.
Thank you, Maya. Yes, we had a question over there.
Hello, yeah.
Yes.
My name is Harshvardhan Maheshwari from
Hi.
CGI. So one quick question. First of all, the point is that there are various leadership models which are available. Okay, starting from transformational leadership to situational leadership, and they work in different situations. So why did you feel that there's a need for introducing a different kind of a model? Second, my related question to do this, that even if someone adapts this, in today's day and age when there's a lot of pressure on the leaders to drive non-linear growth with limited resources, continuous focus on productivity, EBIT, etc., how do you think this model can help them in a better way?
Okay,
Thanks.
so 2 questions. I'll answer the first one first. So why did I choose this? It's actually a very personal story, and I think we are echoing. Is it okay? Okay. Yeah, so it's actually a very personal story. I don't know if we have the time to share it. Do we? Okay. No? Okay. So there you go. But maybe yeah, so I have been through, let's just kind of, give a very broad level, high level summary, if you will. So yeah, I have been in the corporate world for several odd years, and I come in pure play from a tech, a background and worked in Big Four. You saw the AV, that kind of gave my background. And I've had my fight and my challenges with working or the lack of being able to manage my emotions in stressful situations. And I think that was the initiation for me to really move towards or get interested and curious about movement therapy. So I am a certified movement therapy practitioner from Tata Institute of Social Sciences. In 2014, that's exactly 10 years back when I took this course, and part of their maiden batch, the first people who actually did that course. And even today, as I speak, I am the only one, if I'm not mistaken, not just in India, but also globally, who comes in from a pure play background of Big Four, tech, and a movement therapy practitioner. So that probably is my leverage and advantage, because I have worked in the corporate, so I know the drill and I know the challenges, and now I am kind of marrying it with the psychology and the movement therapy part. So if somebody really wants to replicate this, for the lack of a better word, they have to also study it. It's not something that can be easily replicable. That's one. And your second question being, yes, absolutely. So pressures of productivity and EBITDA and business numbers, etc. Again, largely most people sitting here are from human resources, if I'm not mistaken. I want to bring in the human element back, and not just the resources, which is just a row in an Excel sheet. How can we bring in the human part? By really being authentic and really being able to look at them as whole human beings, and not just that productivity. And I don't want to reference this case, but since you just brought it up, we just very recently had an unfortunate incident that I'm sure all of us have read through, how, really talking about only business numbers probably doesn't go well. And not everybody is made up to go through the drill. So you have to really understand what style of leadership, and since you mentioned situational leadership, what style of leadership will go with what person. For that, emotional intelligence, relational intelligence, and a bit of somatic leadership is important. I hope that sufficiently answers your question. If not, please feel free to, talk late. Please.
Sure. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so
I
much.
think there was one more hand. Yes.
Excuse me. We have to stop over here. I humbly request you to please connect with Maya.
Please connect later, and we can definitely continue the chat. And yes.
Sure. One last question, one word answer I want. Do you think our audience has been fantastic? Yes or no?
Is that a trick question? Do I get a prize?
you will get the prize.
This looks like Anmol asking me these trick questions, yeah.
So-
he does that all the time, right?
Yeah, so Maya and I, we are absolutely thankful to you for giving us this time, 15 minutes. And I thank you, Govind, thank you, HRST, and Maya. Last but not the least, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you,
Please
thank
connect
you
with
so
Maya,
much.
talk to her. Do not let her go until and unless your all questions are answered.
Thank you so much. And
Thank you so
before I probably leave the dais, I'm going to ask this one question. How's the Josh? High is not high enough. How's the Josh? How's the Josh? Okay, I think I just made life easier for Anmol now. Thank you, everyone.
Somatic leadership. I hope all of us know the right answers because Maya will catch hold of you, give you MCQ test, and if you don't pass, not working for you. So with that, I would now like to invite Govind, Maya, and Shubhruto. You have to come back to the stage because you're about to be felicitated. Time for some talis. Do we need to? Okay. Thank you very. Are you ready to laugh your hearts out? Before we move towards the next category of awards, if yes, please put your hands together to welcome our very own corporate Babaji, who is not just a stand-up comedian, but kind of therapist for us corporate folks, Mr. Anmol Garg. A little bit on him, corporate Babaji, because of the corporate gyan he keeps sharing. He's the 4th topmost LinkedIn creator in India and 122 worldwide. He was recently covered by Economic Times for his stand-up comedy and corporate humor. One request, videography should be off during this session, so if anyone who's recording Anmol, and before you leave, you have to come back on stage. You have to come back on stage, which will be presented by Govind. A huge round of applause for Anmol. Everyone. For those of you who want to get pictures clicked with Anmol, maybe you can just proceed outside and get quick pictures. Okay, Anmol has to leave, so I think the pictures have to wait. All right. So now we continue with our next set of Top 100 HR Leader Awards. You have to give me a minute. Till then, you can speak amongst yourselves. Give me 1 minute. I'll be just back. Right. Apologies for the short delay. I would request everyone to be back in this room. We are now starting with the next set of winners for the Top 100 HR Awards. So just in case you are a winner and you know it, please be in this room. Continuing with our next set of winners for the Top 100 HR Leaders, a prestigious recognition that honors exceptional contributions and leadership in the field of human resources. So as I had shared earlier, our selection process involved meticulous research, references, recommendations, and in-depth profile analysis using insights from Google and LinkedIn. It's time to know who the next set of winners are, who are about to be honored by Govind. Govind, I request you to come on stage, please. Move to the next slide, please. We have Mr. Zishan Ramlan. Mr. Zishan Ramlan, a huge round of applause for him. Thank you and congratulations. Next up we have Arpan Shukla, Mr. Arpan Shukla. Requesting everyone to keep the applause on, please. Thank you and congratulations. Next up we have Miss Smita Narkar. Miss Smita Narkar. Thank you and congratulations. Next up we have Mr. Kamal Stephen. Mr. Kamal Stephen, are you here? Thank you and congratulations. Next up we have Mr. Kanhaiya Lal Sharma. Mr. Kanhaiya Lal Sharma. Thank you and congratulations. Next up we have Miss Kanika Mendiratta. Miss Kanika Mendiratta. Thank you and congratulations. Next up we have Mr. Karthik Mulakaluri. Mr. Karthik Mulakaluri. Thank you and congratulations. Next up we have Karthik SM. Mr. Karthik SM. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, it's Karunakaran Vinayagam. Mr. Karunakaran Vinayagam. Glad to meet you again. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, Ms. Kasturi Kota. Ms. Kasturi Kota. Next up, Mr. Leslie Callistus. Mr. Leslie Callistus, you're coming? Okay. Huge round of applause. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Miss Madhura T.R. Miss Madhura T.R. Okay, I think she's not here. Next up, Mr. Mahantesh C.N. Mr. Mahantesh C.N. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Miss Maitrey Bhaduri. Miss Maitrey Bhaduri. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, Mr. Majid Ali Khan. Mr. Majid Ali Khan. Thank you and congratulations. Moving on. Next up is Mr. Mallari Harapanahalli. Mr. Mallari Harapanahalli. Thank you and congratulations. Next, we have Mr. Manjunath GM. Mr. Manjunath GM. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Miss Monica Gunalan. Miss Monica Gunalan. Next, we have Miss Monica Gupta. Miss Monica Gupta. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Murli Santanam. Mr. Murli Santanam. Thank you and congratulations. Next we have Mr. Namburi Manikanta. Mr. Namburi Manikanta. If who you are seeing on the stage is a new person, I would urge you to clap even harder. Thank you and congratulations. Next we have Mr. Nandakumar Kurupat. Mr. Nandakumar Kurupat. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Naresh Nuthulapati. Mr. Naresh Nuthulapati. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Naveen Patel. Mr. Naveen Patel. Thank you and congratulations. Next we have Miss Nisha Saini. Miss Nisha Saini. Okay. Next we have Mr. Pankaj Kushwaha. Mr. Pankaj Kushwaha. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Paramveer Singh Narang. Mr. Paramveer Singh Narang. Next up, we have Miss Pooja Singh. Miss Pooja Singh. Next up, we have Mr. Prashant Gakhar. Mr. Prashant Gakhar. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Prashant Kumar Jha. Mr. Prashant Kumar Jha. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Miss Priyanka Nikumbha. Miss Priyanka Nikumbha. All right, with this, we are moving to the last set of winners for the Top 100 HR Leaders Awards, who will be felicitated by Mr. Govind. Starting with Mr. Rajat Adhikari. Mr. Rajat Adhikari. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, Mr. Rajiv Velur. Mr. Rajiv Velur. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Rajesh Pal. Mr. Rajesh Pal. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Miss Rajeshwari. Miss Rajeshwari. Thank you and congratulations. Before I invite the next person, I need more energy in this room. And I would like you to clap harder for people that you don't know, you have not met before. It's easier to clap for friends, harder to clap for strangers. I think these are going to be strangers come acquaintances in a couple of days. Thank you very much. Moving on, next up is Miss Ramya Nagraj. Miss Ramya Nagraj. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Ranjit KP. Mr. Ranjit KP. All right, we have Miss Reshmi Menon. Miss Reshmi Menon. We have Miss Ritu Sharma. Miss Ritu Sharma. Thank you and congratulations. Next up we have Mr. Rohit Castellino. Mr. Rohit Castellino. Glad to meet you after years. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Sagar Rajendra Pardeshi. Mr. Sagar Rajendra Pardeshi. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Sam Edward Sunilson. Mr. Sam Edward Sunilson. Mr. Sam Edward Sunilson, okay. We have Mr. Sandeep Acharya. Mr. Sandeep Acharya. Mr. Sandeep Magavi. Mr. Sandeep Magavi. Next up, we have again another Mr. Sandeep, but Mr. Sandeep Sethi. Mr. Sandeep Sethi. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Ms. Mitanjana Das Gupta. Ms. Mitanjana Das Gupta. Next, we have Mr. Susai Egnel Jude. Mr. Susai Egnel Jude. Next, we have Mr. Shogato Sen. Mr. Shogato Sen. Next, we have Ms. Soumya Babu. Ms. Soumya Babu. Next up is Mr. Saurabh Srivastava. Mr. Saurabh Srivastava. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Srivatsa Nagarajaya. Mr. Srivatsa Nagarajaya. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Ms. Stella Thomas. Miss Stella Thomas. Next is Mr. Stephen Taylor. Mr. Stephen Taylor. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Sudeep Patnaik. Mr. Sudeep Patnaik. Next is Mr. Sumit Premi. Mr. Sumit Premi. Next is Mr. Sushil Kumar. Mr. Sushil Kumar. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Mr. Suvarna Nidhi Rao. Mr. Suvarna Nidhi Rao. Thank you and congratulations. Next up, we have Miss Tanvi Lal. Miss Tanvi Lal. Next, we have Miss Tavamani Gracie J. Miss Tavamani Gracie J. In a room full of people, the host should not be clapping the loudest. I think we need more people to clap for each other. Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. I would now like to invite Mr. Tino Thomas. Mr. Tino Thomas. Thank you and congratulations. Now we have Mr. Utkarsh Tomar. Mr. Utkarsh Tomar. Thank you and congratulations. We have the last two winners in this awards category. Mr. Vijay Rane. Mr. Vijay Rane. And Mr. Vinay Trivedi. Mr. Vinay Trivedi. All right, with this, we end with the top HR leaders, top 100 HR leaders of Bangalore Awards. And Govind, you may take your seat. Now it's time for the last set of awards. I know, all of us are winners here, and it's time to clap for each other because, hey, they clapped for you, you clap back, right? So we start off with the top 10 Global Talent Acquisition Excellence Awards. We are proud to announce the nominees for the top 10 Global Talent Acquisition Excellence Awards, honoring industry leaders with over 15 years of experience in talent acquisition. These outstanding individuals have made significant contributions to the field through their remarkable work and achievements, driving successful talent acquisition strategies that have positively impacted their organization's growth. Their innovative approaches and commitment to excellence have set new standards in the industry, showcasing their ability to attract and retain top talent. We celebrate their dedication and leadership in shaping the future of talent acquisition. And before everyone gets restless, I would like to say this is going to take about 15 minutes more, so I request you to have some patience. Please applaud for all the winners that you see on the stage. I would now like to invite the esteemed jury for the category, Mr. Arun Abraham Francis, who's the head of University Relations at MISHO. Do we have Mr. Arun here? Yes. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Arun, to give away the next set of awards. Miss Annie Srivastava. Do we have her here? Okay. Mr. Nadeem Pasha. Mr. Nadeem Pasha. Thank you. Mr. Akshay Singh Chauhan. You need to come to the stage next. Mr. Akshay Singh Chauhan. We just need to clap for 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. You can keep a timer if you'd like, and if I exceed, hold me accountable. Thank you. Next up, we have Miss Sharanya N. Miss Sharanya N. Next, we have Mr. Christopher Anand. Mr. Christopher Anand. Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Rajashekhar Vishwanathan. Mr. Rajashekhar Vishwanathan. Okay. So as you know the drill, these were the people who were present in person to receive the award, and because these awards are given on a global basis, the other winners could not join us in person. So I would request all of us, you know what it is, a huge round of applause to the remaining winners in this category. We have Miss Swati Reddy Are, Miss Neha Malhotra, Miss Anu Singh Bagal, and Miss Rakhi Nagpal. Thank you, Mr. Arun. I would now like to invite Govind to give you a heartfelt token of our appreciation. Thank you. We now move towards the second last category in the top 10 list of awards, which are the jury awards. So our next award celebrates the pinnacle of human resources leadership, the top 10 global HR excellence awards. This honor recognizes HR veterans with over 15 years of experience who have consistently demonstrated exceptional leadership and innovation. These nominees have pushed the boundaries of HR practices, driving significant results and making profound impacts on their organizations. They've not only adapted to the evolving workplace, but have been at the forefront of transforming it. It's my pleasure to announce this year's recipients of the top 10 Global HR Excellence Awards. The jury for this award is Dr. Pradyumna Pandey, who is the manufacturing HR head at Hero MotoCorp. Since he is not here with us in person, I would now request Mr. Govind to come and award the next set of winners. Starting off with, we have Mr. Ranganath IVS. Mr. Ranganath IVS. Woohoo! Should I start doing something like this? Miss Shiny Sarkar. Miss Shiny Sarkar. Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Prakul Kumar. Mr. Prakul Kumar. He is here, and I want all of us to clap for him. Thank you. Next up, we have Miss Anisha Jayarajan. Miss Anisha Jayarajan. Please give her a loud round of applause. Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Amit Prasad. I hear there are some people who are coming to collect the award on his behalf. Mr. Amit Prasad. With this, the in-person people who came to receive their awards, that ends, and we move towards the remaining winners in this category. And if any one of you is present here, please feel free to raise your hand. Miss Sapna Madan, Mr. Ravinder Rawat, Mr. Pavan Mishra, Miss Anjali Sachdeva, Miss Pooja Tiwari, and Mr. Altaf Hussain. Thank you very much, Govind. You may go back. Now we come to the last category. How many of us are heaving that sigh of relief? Okay, I guess not the people who are going to win the awards because they're excited to be on the stage and get their pictures clicked. So, we are excited to announce the nominees for the Top 10 Global Corporate Social Influencers Award, celebrating leaders who drive meaningful social change within their organizations. Each nominee holds a key leadership position that empowers them to influence and advocate for vital social causes while also boasting a substantial follower base and impressive engagement metrics across various social media platforms, including LinkedIn, X, and Instagram. These exceptional individuals have demonstrated thought leadership by sharing valuable insights and fostering constructive dialogue around pressing social issues. Their impactful social media campaigns have led to measurable positive outcomes, such as successful fundraising efforts, policy changes, and increased volunteerism. We commend their ability to align their personal brand and messaging with their company's social impact initiatives, solidifying their roles as effective ambassadors for change. I would now like to invite on stage the distinguished jury for this category, Mr. Ashish Mahajan, who's the Global Head of Talent Acquisition at Therapy. Do we have Mr. Ashish here? Okay, I guess not. So, Govind, you will again have to do the honors of coming onto the stage and giving away awards to the next set of winners. So, first up, we have Mr. Ramesh Kumar SN. These are the last set of winners, everybody. Please give them a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Mr. Sachin Fatangare. Mr. Sachin Fatangare. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Captain A. Nagaraj Subbarao. Captain A. Nagaraj Subbarao. Okay. Next up, we have Mr. Devashish Mukherjee. Mr. Devashish Mukherjee. Okay. Next, we have Mr. Manjeet Kaur. Miss Manjeet Kaur, I'm so sorry, Miss Manjeet Kaur. Miss Manjeet Kaur. Thank you, Miss Manjeet Kaur. Next up, we have Miss Praveen Singh. Miss Praveen Singh. This is the last award winner who is present here in person. Please give her a huge round of applause. Thank you. And since you know these are global awards, the remaining winners will be displayed on the screen. Mr. Sahil Nair, Mr. Shravan Kosana, and Ms. Antara Jha. Thank you so much. And I'll hand it over to you, Govind, for the word of thanks.
Evening, I know why. I will disappoint you guys. We have coffee outside. And I could see some people draping the shawl, so good use of the shawl too. All right, I would like to say thank you, everybody. This was an opportunity for us to do our Global Excellence Award, 8th edition in Bangalore. And I can promise you, all of you, that the 9th will be in Bangalore as well. I love the Bangalore crowd. I love my North Indian friends also coming to Bangalore. At least they put something in the Bangalore economy. Otherwise, all the taxes goes to central government. All right, so I think I'm supposed to give a vote of thanks, but I'm very bad in it. So what I'll start with is DKS, first of all. Thank you very much, Deepthi, for doing an awesome, awesome hosting. If you are not aware, she stayed in the hotel nearby to make sure she comes on the time and comes energetic. This is the kind of commitment we our volunteers have. So, Deepthi, can I ask you to come on the stage as you're asking everybody? You hooted for Deepthi and not for me, but that's fine. Well, now you have to hoot more. For the other person I'm going to thank is Subrata. Subrata is here? I think he's outside planning something and he's taking pictures. He's already very famous, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Subrata, who was the pillar behind this complete show. Every evening, every night, he was working with us to make sure this event is successful. So, Subrata, thank you very much. Well, I know there are two representatives of what you see from HRST, but there are many volunteers. There are almost so many volunteers who have been working here. Some of them are present, some of them are not. But before I talk about them, what I wanted to say is we always are very particular about providing photographs and videos to our participants. So we try to give you a Google Drive with all the nicest pictures that you can have from the photographer where you're smiling, most probably by Sunday, so that you can put them on social media. Now you know how we become 150,000 on social media, right? So when you put those pictures, please tag HR Success Talk. Do tag all the sponsors that you see outside. If you don't know the LinkedIn ID of the sponsors, we'll provide you on the post that we are posting. Also, tag people you met here. If you want a comment back from my side, tag me. Otherwise, forget about the comments. So do that. I think, and again, as I said in the beginning, for me, relationship is the most important thing. Take that relationship that you have built. Even if you have met 5 people here, take that relationship outside. I can tell you, you're going to enjoy that. Enjoy that a lot. Now, at the last, first of all, I would like to thank, we have another Deepthi Khorane. You must have seen her picture here in the sidebar. I would like to thank her. She was having sleepless nights. She's the country head of India, based out of Indore, and managing this completely on herself. A great support to DKS and Subrata, of course. So I would like to thank her. You must have heard Krishna Negi. So I would like to thank Krishna Negi, Nipun. She's not been here, but a great support. And the last, I would like to invite every single volunteer that's been here, from the reception desk to the videography, to the people who are giving us awards, to the people who are helping us at the event. Everybody, if you can come on the stage, I would like to make sure that everybody see the team behind this show. So please come on the stage, everybody, for a time being. Wow, standing ovation. I'm feeling more jealous now. And these are young people who have been working with us. These are the volunteers of Bangalore, ladies and gentlemen, in front of you. And I must say, I have met a lot of students in colleges and university. The Bangalore kids are awesome. They're freaking mature. They're awesome.